Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the lucky 13th round of FIDE Candidates 2022, and I'm delighted to reunite with my commentator teacher, the guru of all commentators, and strong grandmaster himself, Evgenij Miroshnichenko.
Well, thank you for your kind words, Daniil. And let's get it out of the way. There was no previous agreement between us, but you see, Daniil's wearing white, I'm wearing black. The background is kind of hints at chess and so on. Yeah. I think our commentating duo started back in, was it Moscow Grand Prix previous cycle? I think the tournament that was won by Jan Nepomnyashchy accidentally.
Indeed.
And yeah, and this time, yeah,
Yeah,
let's
so
see.
yeah, let's claim I assume we're not superstitious, but that's a kind of coincidence when Young is currently leading this particular tournament and he's been doing great in the tournament we've just like took off on our like commentating duo.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jan really seems unstoppable. Well, you can see yourself, 2 rounds to go and 2 full points lead. So mathematically, he can be caught up, but we all know it's not very likely.
Yeah, obviously. I believe nobody wants to go and to bet against the odds. It would be a sort of a brave bet on Ding or Nakamura catching up with Yan. So I believe it could be. So it's round 13, the most crucial game for Young, and he only needs to carry out half a point in order to win the event.
Yeah, so the interesting thing here, the intrigue though, that, well, if we trust the world champion, you've probably discussed it already, but Magnus stated, I mean, I'm not sure how serious he was, but well before the candidates, he said, okay, I might not play the match unless the winner is Ali Reza, right? Okay, that's obviously it was a bit of a trash talk and
Yeah,
stuff,
yeah,
but
indeed.
but still, I can imagine that the guys who are playing for I mean, who are competing for the second place, who are Naka, Ding, and I'm not sure if, well, with 2 rounds to go, it can be Radjabov, it can be even Fabi, right? So those guys, they might still have some pressure on them left. So you know,
Yeah, can we agree that the Magnus statement, it's kind of like he's currently goofing off to defend the title. So he's not willing to prepare because obviously the whole process of preparation takes a plenty of time. And like the fun fact is Alireza probably has the worst score among the all contenders and the all participants of the candidates tournament against the Magnus, like against Magnus, the world champion. And at least in that sense, this statement looks a bit absurd.
yeah, and if you want my opinion, I don't think he was ever planning not to play the match. It might have been a bit of a troll statement and so on. Yeah, but too many. Well, with all due respect, I mean, the guy is obviously very talented, but I think it was way too much credit given to Ali Reza, and this tournament proves it.
Mhm.
So proves it so far, at least. So he had, well, a very successful run kind of last year, right? Had a couple of successful tournaments, but he never had been against such a tough opposition. Like, but every single game, you are facing a very strong opponent who actually, knows if you show a slightest sign of weakness, and that's what Ali Reza did in this tournament. Like, everyone is kind of pointing in you, okay, this is the guy I need to beat, and so on and so on. So he ends up not having a great tournament, to put it mildly.
Yeah, indeed. And talking about the trash talk, I believe you're a bit more familiar to what Vladimir Kramnik, the 14th world champion, said about the current level of the quality of the game in this particular tournament. So uh, he had some sort of doubts about the level of play, and uh, obviously his statement is what is about quite a low quality of the games in this particular tournament. So he's not being quite satisfied what do players show off.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I've been a couple of times. I've been on air with Kramnik saying all that. Yeah, as you may know, and it felt like part of it is he's kind of jealous. You know, he can obviously still come back and play good chess, right? So partially he was kind of jealous. Yes, people do make a lot of mistakes in this tournament, but what it has to do, it's not necessarily with like really general chess level dropping or so on. But yeah, arguably that's not. Let's put it this way: it's not the strongest candidates tournament. By the quality of moves, once again, I'm not saying anything against the players of any sort. We actually have a brilliant composition, in my opinion. It's
Mhm.
just that, yeah, people make sometimes some you know, basically mistakes you can't explain. But yeah, was it pressure? Was it lack of practice? Was it too much motivation sometimes? Like the game Alireza loses against Nepo, it's a good game for 1 minute chess, maybe 3 minute chess. Push the pawns, h4, g4.
Yeah, indeed. And talking about the coincidences, as I mentioned before, Firouzja made two very similar mistakes. So he gave up white squares in his game against Nepomnyashchy when he captured the bishop on f1, and then he had a very like suspicious position after the opening his game against Hikaru. Well, Hikaru like artfully sacrificed an exchange and won the game in style. And like basically Firouzja made the two same mistakes. He traded the light squared bishops and like gave some sort of free roll for his opponents on the white squares. So I believe in one of our streams we've decided, I think it was with Elizabeth Betts. So our recommendation for Alireza would be to play uh, French or Caro-Kann in order to be all the time solid on white squares, and like the only weakness in black's camp could be the black squares.
Yeah, well, now it's kind of easy to criticize Ali Reza, right? I mean, but let's not forget, and I think I have great experience kind of making fun of Ali Reza Firouzja on streams, because back then when he lost this infamous endgame against Magnus, the pawn endgame,
Hmm.
but the basic pawn endgame, when he kind of failed to show the distant opposition or something like that. And we are making fun and blah blah, but then you think, okay, the guy, he clearly has some gaps in chess knowledge, and yet he's almost 2800 players. So can you imagine how strong he's going to get? It's just that this tournament is very unlikely, very unlucky that he makes all those silly mistakes in
Hmm.
this kind of high profile events. But it's clearly not his first, clearly not his last candidates tournament for Ali Reza, right? And yeah, I still believe he can come back and win it. So that there's no questions asked.
Yeah, that's the question about. That's the question of taking off the right consequences, the right conclusions afterwards. So I believe Alireza will come back stronger after that sort of painful defeat, because I believe not a lot of chess fans anticipated the more or less the same kind of result from the young prodigy.
Yeah, I think nobody in fact anticipated that it to be it be that bad, pardon me, but yeah, something to learn from.
Hmm.
I can see the games have started. Whom do we have today?
Well, we have Nepomnyashchy against Rapport. I believe this game might be quite uh, unusual, to say the least, because Rapport is a true chess rockstar. He will try to put some sort, put Jan in some sort of pressure
Mm-hmm.
with his openings. Usually he opts for Taimanov or other deviations in Sicilian after c5. Like e4, c5, 93, he has a variety of moves against this order. And today he opted for Rouser.
Yeah, Richter Auto, we have shown the scores,
Mhm.
incredible track record between Nakamura and Duda, but I believe some rapid and blitz games were taken into account, right? I don't know if you've paid attention. Yeah, Caruana is leading against Radjabov. I wouldn't be surprised with that. Okay, so Richter Rauser with a6, bishop d7.
Mhm. Yeah, so this
Mm,
is the most common setup. I believe there has been some sort of old lines with like bishop g7. I'm sorry, is it? Like,
yeah, you could play
you know, like
bishop
this
d7
is my
here.
favorite one for both colors.
F4, knight takes, queen takes. Ah, you mean the sharp one? Yeah,
Yeah,
queen
yeah, yeah.
a5.
I think
And there
we've
is
discussed this line.
e5. Yeah, there is e5 with a lot of theory, right? Takes, e6, yeah, castles, I guess. So what is it? Or h4? What's the move here? I don't remember. Yeah,
It's
castles,
like knight
bishop c6.
b5 is the main, if so, as far as I'm concerned. But I remember once I faced this bishop b5, um, yeah, knight d5, knight d5, bishop b5, and queen a7 move. I even played
Ah,
it
yeah, yeah,
once.
that's
That's a
funny.
famous one. That's hilarious. But to tell the truth, it's not a good line for white. I remember I
Yeah,
lost one game with white pieces in the endgame against the pair of bishops.
aha, queen a7, bishop b4 is the move, if
Yep.
I remember correctly. And then if you take on b7 black castles, and it's a very good compensation,
Hmm.
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
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 and
you're right.
if you trade on a5, yeah, white's pawn up, but black has pair of bishops and
Yep, that's true.
hopes for some sort of counterplay.
Yeah,
But
that's just some sort of entertainment, so just don't take it in mind. This is not the line where your opponent will probably go to. So a6 castle, bishop d7, and well, if I'm not mistaken, recently this line uh, met in the game between Grishuk and Bakro in the one particular event you've been making commentary on. So it's been Belgrade, February, I
yeah,
believe.
yeah,
Yeah,
Grand
where
Prix.
Bakro spoiled a very cute tactic with like knight e4, I believe. It was a very, I mean, like kinky sort of tactic
Hmm.
because I've never seen the same pattern.
All right. So, what are the options for white usually? I think, yeah, you can be kind of clever. There is h4 move, and I think some other moves, but basically it all breakdowns between f. Do you play with f4 or you play with f3? Right. I think those two are two main options.
Yeah, indeed. And uh, I believe currently f2, f3 move is way too popular. It's, I think it is played more like frequently than to f2, f4. But f2, f4 is kind of old line, and uh, like if I'm not mistaken, like rook c8, knight f3, b5, e5 is a line, or
Yeah,
probably
that's
I am.
Yeah, wait, that's one of them. But what was the line with black black having to capture gf6 after
All
f4?
right.
So it's like black does something, you take on f6, gf6. I mean, all these structures.
Hmm. No,
Is it
like
bishop
bishop
e7?
e7 first, yeah. And then you have a pleasant choice between playing knight f3, knight b3.
Or just take and king b1? Was it? Yeah.
I think this
I
is a
mean, I'm
line.
always confusing this. I'm always confusing this. Funny enough, I was a browser player myself with black, right? It's just that I've never touched this particular lineup. I was playing this e6, bishop e7, and, you know, the old-fashioned way.
Yep. I believe in order to avoid all of b5, b4 stuff, those sharp lines, you can take on f6 at once and probably force black to take with a pawn, because if bishop takes,
Yeah,
I don't see the clear compensation for the central pawn.
and which is also interesting because sometimes we don't see the compensation, but it is there,
Hmm.
right? If you check, like I think Garry Kasparov used to play Richter Rauser at least few games,
Hmm.
and there were examples like he would give the d6 pawn and even trade the queens and still have a compensation thanks to a pair of bishops, right? Sometimes, yeah, so sometimes it's hard to say what is the compensation for black, but it is there. But for this position, I know for sure that there is no compensation, right? So it's also it's not very easy to tell. Jan, by the way, captures on c6.
That's
Knight takes c6 was just
a
played.
rock solid line. At least it appears to be, because I believe his like clear intention is to play f2, f3, and he is already taken on c6. So then, like the most common pattern to develop the game will be knight e2, knight e4.
Yeah, I think that was. I'm not sure once again who invented all this. It is very standard setup with
Hmm.
e4 f3 and then later pushing the g pawn h pawn, right? Like similar to English attack, what we call English attack against the knight of right. I remember a few games of Viorel Balagan who played this f3 and so on. And indeed, as you're pointing out, the knight on c3, which is usually an object for black's pawns on slot, like b5, b4 happens, right? Sometimes you don't really know where this knight's going. But since you've traded on c6, yeah, knight e2, knight d4, and black is usually white's very solid. So black kind of struggles to develop the real initiative.
Hmm.
So you can imitate something on the queen side, right? But if white chooses to just be solid, stay in the center, white's not in a real danger. I mean, that's a good thing about this setup. Yeah, he captures, he plays f3.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
you just take away your knight from the queen side, and then there will be like no hooks literally to attack on the queen side. So basically, white will try to make some sort of lock against the push of A and B pawns. And you've told about a few games of VRL Balagan, and like personally, when I was young, I've studied the games of like currently unknown, but not recently, maybe in 19s and zeros and even 80s, a very well-known player, Andrei Sokolov, like a
yeah.
former, I believe he was a former candidate slash contender for World Championship cycle
Yeah,
at least.
yeah, I think it was. Wait a second.
Like he
I
played the
wanted
match
to
against
say,
Karpov, if I'm not
yeah,
mistaken.
exactly. But I'm trying to recall what this match was called. Yeah, so he was one of the candidates, and that was final candidates match, right?
Hmm.
So Karpov won to battle Kasparov once again in their numerous endless matches, right? So
Yeah,
so
literally endless.
finalist of the candidates matches we can call Andrei Sokolov. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, and he was like this English attack, as it's called, with G4 and H4 pawns push, was his main weapon.
Yeah. Mm. by the way.
Yeah, in fact, we
Uh,
have knight c6, f3, and I've been always concerned about taking, like, if I had white, what I would do if black takes on c6 with the pawn, opening up the b line, because usually during the games, like, despite knowing the certain evaluation, it looks a bit scary.
yeah, yeah, and that would be my perhaps my first idea to do with first move I would consider with black,
Yep.
right? I mean, it's coming back from the childhood when you were taught like you have to capture with the pawns towards the center,
Hmm.
right? And honestly, here I'm not even sure what's what's the answer to your question. We know that White's position has to be good, right?
Hmm.
Since the move is not played, but I'm not sure what exactly the move for White is. Could it be? I mean, it has to revolve around this idea of White pushing e5 very fast, right?
Yep.
It's just that I'm not sure
Even at once.
if I can try to do it immediately or play some sort of queen e1 sometimes is the move, right?
Hmm. Or f4. Yeah.
Or whatnot, queen e3, right? F4 e5. Yeah, but this capture on c6 with the pawn might look tempting. Yeah, and sometimes in some slightly different positions that it would be exactly the move that, that is better than bishop takes e6.
True. Somehow I believe it would be funny, like looking at Kramnik, who was a very, I would say, regular rouser player with black himself, like raging after Richard taking on c6 with a bishop. That's like old school players would have taken with a b pawn, and Rapport shows the clear misunderstanding of like of the position.
Yeah. Okay. So the fun part, I hope one day they will make, the YouTube summary of Kramnik runs from the channel I was working on. And so the fun part nowadays, we already have, I think since yesterday, we already have a Telegram stickers with Kramnik quotes. So yeah, make sure you get one of those.
Well, yeah, I'll.
Yeah, yeah, he played at 2300 level, and I don't know what to say about this move with Vlad faces, and in some really harsh quotes.
Yep.
Okay, a technical question, Daniel. Are you able to read the chat? Because I think I've kind of rather either opened the wrong chat or something happens. So what chat do you follow?
And
Twitch? Do you follow YouTube?
like, funny enough, I'm not following any sort of chat because, like, since the very beginning of our broadcast, I thought I would be a chess nerd, and like my cute colleagues were responsible
Responsible for the
for
chat. Yeah.
media. Yeah,
Oh, okay. 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 Let me try to be one of your cute colleagues then,
you are.
and try to open the chat. It's just that, yeah, I'm not getting any messages on YouTube, so which is weird, really.
Maybe you can leave your personal phone number and ask everybody to write on WhatsApp.
Yeah. So this way, yeah, you think
Of
this
course,
way
I'm
it
kidding.
should work? Yeah. Okay. Let me see. Okay, so what's the conclusion based on what half an hour, 20 minutes of play? I would go with Jan will not lose. Okay,
Yeah, but
very very clever.
that's an only conclusion we have up to now because we failed to see other, like the beginning of other three games. So maybe we can take a more profound look at,
Mm,
let's
at
say,
another games, yeah, at
yep,
the
whom
another
would we
games.
pick?
Now, but seriously, look, don't you get the feeling that anything that is happening there goes Jan's way? I
Yeah, yeah,
mean,
yeah.
no conspiracy there, but it's just that the moment, say, Fabiano was catching up with Jan at some point or looked close, and then he loses, right?
Hmm.
Then Jan makes. I mean, what was the round? I think it was round 9 or round 10, which was remarkable. So Jan makes a quick draw, clearly because he won in the previous round. He might have been tired. He makes a clearly fast draw with white, and all the other games finish with the result, but somehow
Hmm.
his distance from the pursuers increases.
Hmm.
So it's a little bit of winner's luck, it looks to me, right?
Yep, and I believe it's been fairly said about that level of tournament. That's like second place means like consistency and high quality of chess, and first place is probably an essence of the same what I've said plus luck.
Yeah, could be. So people who were arguing that this tournament, mm, well, players in this tournament kind of perform sub their level, right? Obviously, this would not include Jan,
Hmm.
who has a great tournament, great result. But there was an argument that Jan didn't do anything special. He just kind of gathered what was given to him by his opponents. And partially, I can accept this argument, but that's already something special.
Yeah,
I mean,
indeed.
players of an average rating more than 2750 make mistakes against you. Go and grab all the mistakes. I mean, it takes to be at the very top.
Yep, indeed. Giannis performs just flawlessly. I mean, he probably have had a pair of a bit like mm, unpleasant positions, especially against Hikaru, I believe, because in his first game against Fabi had a little moment just in the very end of the game where the players agreed on draw. So we cannot claim that it was sort of luck. It was just an like incapability of uh, Fabiano to understand the whole consequences of the sacrifice on B2. And yeah, to sum up, Jan is performing in a very convincing way, and I believe if he carries on the same, he would be a big threat for Magnus. And talking about the Magnus, I think all of us have seen a video of him playing Blitz in Retiro Park in Madrid, and he played a game against Judith Polgar, and though this game gave like a sort of depth for the chess fans, according to his statement, like willing to play only Alireza, while Magnus lost to Judith in 19 moves in Taimanov line. And yeah, so
Yeah,
now
I don't
it was
know, you
hilarious.
know. Yeah, I don't know how serious you have to take all those statements. To be honest, yeah, maybe we chess players, we chess as the sport. Maybe we also getting well this trash talk vibes. I mean, in a little bit different manner, right? So, and speaking of Jan's chances in the next match, and well, it's a little bit too early, right? I don't want to be the guy to jinx Jan, but yeah, but it's fairly obvious he will be the next contender. I mean, it won't be the same match. Clearly, it won't be the same match because Jan took some experience. Yeah, it was very painful. He's lost against Magnus, right? But he obviously has driven some conclusions. At least he had to. And also for Magnus, I'm thinking it might be a little bit irritating. Like, I beat the hell out of this guy. Yeah, I won like
Mhm.
crushingly, and yet he's winning the candidates again with a very good score.
Yeah.
So maybe he
Oh yeah.
improved. I mean,
Here
I
we
don't
go again.
know. Yeah.
Yeah, sort of, indeed. So, but somehow I believe this particular result from Young in this tournament in Kennedy's 2022 clearly illustrates the consequences, the conclusions he took off from the match. So if he wouldn't take him off, I believe he wouldn't perform like as flawless as he does currently. So it's just a perfect example of making the right conclusions after a very painful defeat.
Yep.
All right,
Will it? Yeah. Let's move on. Let's move
let's
on.
move on.
What else do we have?
Maybe Ali Reza Ding to
Yeah.
start with.
Let's see. let's see, Alireza and Ding Liren. Alireza so far
Oh my
wasn't.
holy
Whoa,
mackerel.
what's going on here? Someone's pawn up already. Queen f3. So that's normally the line where you're trying to make a draw, right?
Hmm. Isn't it been the
And
game of Jan himself in this tournament against Ding? The second one.
yeah, could be. Yeah, to trade over there, b3 and okay, but and black decided to go h5.
Which kind of makes sense.
Right. So you sacrifice the pawn, but you build a really huge pawn center,
Yep.
right? But I don't think white risks anything, if I'm perfectly honest. Like you go, well, unless you try some, I don't know, some risky plays for the win, which I don't see, right? If you accept, okay, I was planning to try to make a draw from the beginning, I'm still in this mood, so I just go bishop e2, g3, I don't know, rook d1, and shuffle around. I don't think white can really lose this, but neither I value his chances of
Yeah,
playing for a
it makes
win
a
too
perfect
much.
sense. You know, somehow I believe there is a single idea for black in order to fight for the victory. So probably black can try e4 and then
King goes to
move
c3.
slowly the king to c3 square.
Yeah, king goes to c3. That would be awesome, right? But on the other hand, like with black, you're kind of in between of two worlds. You want to get the king to c3, which probably implies you are trading the rook somewhere,
Hmm.
right? Because with rook on d1, you can't cross it. But at the same time, yeah, without the rooks, with opposite colored bishops being a pawn down, how realistic is your winning chances, right?
Well, literally, it's surrealistic, I would say so. But
Yeah, so we should agree, yeah, black's never worse. Wait a second. Now that I'm thinking, what happens if black plays I said g3, right? But what happens if black plays f4? How am I supposed to react to f4?
it's like, you
Maybe
mean,
not immediately, but kind of one day. Like, yeah, you go e4, say I play g3, and couple of moves, or even here, like structure wise, you go
mhm.
f4, and what am I doing? Because if I take on f4, now it's not that I'm lost, but it's clearly worse for white, right? Despite being a pawn up, because h pawn doesn't matter at all, literally doesn't matter at all, and fun to say my king is
Yeah, yeah,
weak
yeah,
on
yeah.
g1.
That's what I've implied as well. So, like, if I would be making notes, like making a file in ChessBase, I would write, like white is under attack.
Yeah,
Like, probably black has zero mating threats, but they play rook h8, then
but
take
the
on h2.
feeling, yeah, the
And
feeling is like you're under attack. Yeah, exactly. Uh, yeah, not very entertaining game so far. That's
yet,
understandable.
yet.
Both players are. I mean, Dean, he almost pulled up a miracle,
Hmm.
like winning how many? Three in a row, winning two in a row with black in a candidates tournament, right? Winning this. Uh, by the way, I don't know what you think. I'm thinking Ding's game against Rapport was possibly the game of the tournament because
Might be.
it was of a very high quality from what I've learned. I mean, I was preparing a review for for the Russian YouTube channel I'm working with, and during the game and after the game I was checking. Yeah, there were errors. Otherwise you can't play. Two humans cannot play chess without errors. But given the complexity of the game, I mean, how complex the game was, both played on a very high level
True.
until the moment that Rapport made the mistake, or rather went super aggressive at some point, like sacrificing a piece, and Ding perfectly took advantage of it. So it was a very high quality game. Then Ding wins second consecutive with black against Fabi, and a very like nerve-wracking game. Like he's probably was better from the opening, then he almost lost, then won at the end, and all that just to spoiled it yesterday by or day before yesterday. Yesterday was a free day, right?
Hmm.
Losing to Radjabov with white in 20 moves. So he must feel like incredibly upset.
Yeah, like I believe a lot of people have mentioned that Radjabov had a victory drought for 38 consecutive games, not being able to win, like as we say, one game in a row. But
Yeah, yeah.
then he managed to win a brilliant, like very smooth game against Hikaru. And like to speak of Devil, Radjabov was the one who stopped the Ding's run.
Yeah, yeah. So he proved what his, or kind of shown us what his role was at this and this candidates, right? I mean, his role was, among other things, to stop Ding from to stop Ding from threatening Jan Nepomnyashchy's lead. Okay, so not much to discuss here. Let's move on. Maybe we can get some position with more pieces on the board,
Hmm.
preferably with the queens on the board.
Hmm. True.
Speaking of Radjabov with white against Caruana. Huh?
Yep.
By the way, that's second candidates tournament for Teimour Radjabov, and it's clear with 2 rounds to go, he has already improved his previous candidates result. I mean, I'm being a bit of a troll there because some people who are watching it now might already have forgotten about uh, London candidates 2013, right? Which arguably was the most dramatic and
Hmm.
maybe the most exciting tournament of modern era at the very least. I mean, I'm not talking about 1950s and stuff, but yeah, London candidates, the race between Magnus and and Kramnik, right, and then the brilliant composition. Then yeah, and Rajaba was there, but his result was not good, to put it mildly.
True.
Almost made him quit chess, right? I think he didn't play for a year or so after this
Yeah,
candidates,
indeed,
but now he's
he
back.
didn't play for a while, and even recently he didn't play a lot, to like frankly speaking. But somehow he's got back to the chess. He played Norway chess. Like obviously his result was a bit lower than he might have expected for himself, but it was a nice preparation as it turns out in this particular tournament. So finally he set himself up, and bouncing back with 2 victories against Caruana and Ding, he leveled up the score and he is in the 50% group. Or I might guess
Ye-
he is the only one who has 50%, if I'm not mistaken. Like, hilariously.
Yeah, yeah. The tournament has split into winners and losers,
Mhm.
kind of, right? Yeah, the thing with Rajabov, I think we've even accused him a couple of times of not willing to play fighting
Mhm.
chess. Because well, let's agree. I mean, sometimes he's trying to be on a safer side, and then it's kind of it's a draw approach. Yeah, but when he does, he still reminds ourselves that he's a brilliant player. He can play chess. He can play brilliant games. It's Teimour. We are rooting for you.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
not this particular game, but yeah, just come on, man, play.
so it's like there is not a lot of players in the franchise history of chess who've beaten Kasparov in age 15, I believe,
Yeah,
with
not
black
that many,
pieces. Yep.
not that many.
So talking about the chess,
What's this position? I think someone has lost the pawn. If I didn't lose my ability to count,
no, you did not. Indeed. Yeah, so B6,
b6.
this is something new for me.
Hang on a second. What was it? Once again, a few moves back.
So it was like
Uh,
bishop b4 check after d2 c4.
Catalan, yeah, Catalan was bishop b4 check, bishop d2 a5.
Hmm.
Good old fashioned move.
Hmm.
Yeah, queen c2. And what was the recipe here?
So
To
that's
take on d2, right? Was it the line? I think we are talking Kramnik Topalov, right? Bishop takes d2 is the line, and then it was played previously.
hmm.
But yeah, but then Kramnik Topalov, it's when this queen takes d2 move happened,
But I believe
which
that's the computer's main recommendation because like you are more like in a chess informants area. Obviously, like I'm not disrespecting you, but it only shows off my inability to catch up with like the whole theoretical stuff as it is. So I only know the moves that computers suggest, but you know a bit wider. You know the games. Like probably it's been uh, what it was like. Topalov had black pieces, right?
yeah, it was first game of the World Championship match, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah,
You know, like somehow I remember the last game how Kramnik won. It was Catalan as well with white pieces.
yeah. So bishop d2, queen d2. But yeah, this specific line, I do know quite well, and I have an explanation
You
for
mean
it
this one,
because yeah,
like A4?
no, b5 you actually go queen g5.
Ah, it
B5
once.
yeah, so b5 is a mistake. That's the whole point of queen takes d2
Ah,
because
you're right.
b5 now you have this funny double
Hmm.
attack with queen
Yeah, yeah, that's
g5.
true.
Very unusual,
Probably
right?
it's even
No, but
stronger.
yeah, queen g5 attacking g7 and b5. No, but the thing is, like, it was played in the World Championship match. The first game with queen takes d2, at least on high level, that you will find would be Grishuk's game. I don't remember who was his
Hmm.
opponent, but he was, yeah. And funny enough, I'm claiming that I played it before Grishuk, like a month before Grishuk, in the Aeroflot Open. That years back when when the games from Aeroflot Open would not go into the database. There was a couple of years when they were obsessed with this Sveshnikov idea of text of the games
Hmm.
belongs to the players and so on and so on.
So
So
it's not
so
senseless at all.
yeah. No, so funny enough, yeah, I came up with this idea, and to be honest, I don't quite remember why. No, sorry, I don't quite understand why people were not playing this, because if sorry for this opening lecture, I don't know if anyone is interested in it. Bishop b4 check, bishop d2. If black doesn't play a5, if black takes on d2 immediately, queen takes d2 is a known move with the same point
Hmm.
that after b5 you have a double attack. And
Or
there were
it was.
games like this. Yeah, maybe a4 is even stronger here, right? I don't know, but yeah, you can play queen g5 and win a pawn. So there was a known line, and yet nobody was with an inclusion of a4 a5 with a7 a5. Nobody was capturing on d2 for a very long time. They were all taking with the knight, even though the position essentially is the same, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's funny. Yeah, indeed.
Okay. So and so he didn't take. He castled,
And just
right?
just
He
to mention
castled.
another idea, if
Hmm.
black would opt for b5 at once, then there is an important inclusion of a4, c6, and white simply wins with a takes b5. Because like it feels like black still can take on d2, but the difference is white is not even obliged to take with the queen. They can take with
Yeah,
the
he
bishop
takes
knight.
with the.
And
Uh,
like funny enough, I had this exactly the same position in my game against Grigory Oparin in the recent World Rapid Championship. So I've got the winning position just since the very beginning of the game.
yeah, so b5 here is out of question, right? There is a similar line where you have the knight on d2, not the bishop, right? And
Mhm,
then you can play b5, a4, c6, and then the line goes on. Yeah,
mhm.
but yeah, castles. I think it was played quite possibly. Queen c4 is not the most common. Can it be? Yeah, remember, there were some lines where kind of they would castle, castle, and no, it's probably wrong what I'm saying. No, I just remember that in some lines the bishop from d2 would go to g5. Remember
Yeah,
that there
true,
were
true,
some
true.
lines like this, but I don't know how it would happen. How it would happen? Yeah, yeah.
Well, I
Anyway,
believe usually it's a transposition from bishop b4, bishop g to a5 at once.
maybe this, yeah. And then you save up, yeah, you go bishop g2, castles, castles, and then if black takes on c4, right? So here
Mhm.
you would, instead of going queen c2, you would probably go bishop
True.
g5, yeah. But then you save on queen c2 the tempo.
Even queen c2, because we've got exactly the same position in the game.
Uh-huh.
Queen
All
c2.
right, so he captured on c4, b6,
This is somewhat new
takes.
for me. I'm not very familiar with b6 because, like, as far as I'm concerned, black is a pawn down.
Yeah, and neither Radjabov seems to be familiar with this line, right? Because judging on how much time he has spent, Queen b3 decided to take, and Fabi is clearly prepared. So it's almost Radjabov kind of falls into a trap, I want to say. Knight c6. Yes, you are a pawn up on potentially. I mean, if you take on b6, technically you're up 3 pawns,
Hmm.
but it looks terribly dangerous to me.
Yeah, let's take a look. It looks
Yeah,
like,
I'm
at
not.
least it looks exciting.
Yeah, I'm actually. I'm not sure what's the move for black if I want to prove black's advantage, right?
Mm,
I should probably try to move the queen to like c8. Can I do this? Queen
yeah,
c8.
you can.
So like rook b8 is a threat, right?
Hmm.
Rook b8 is a threat, kind of not giving white time to breathe,
Yeah, you have to
basically.
retrieve the queen, like playing
To
queen b3.
b3, right? Rook b8. I mean, I can see a lot of jumping potentially, right? Rook b8, queen c2, or where does the queen go? Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, like
Queen
the another one.
c2.
Yeah, probably c2 is better because if queen d1, then comes rook d8. So,
Yeah, or takes on yeah, queen c2, but that's where I'm kind of getting stuck. Knight before queen c1, and then I don't know. Knight before queen c1 and
but
rook.
actually, you don't have a castle in the very next move because of bishop e2.
Wait a second. Do we have bishop e2 here?
I thought bishop
That would
d3.
be no, but bishop e2
Oh,
as
bishop
well because
e2.
we have a
Wow.
check from a6.
All right.
And okay, at least it's. I mean, it might be just purely bad for white, and if not, it's incredibly scary, right? Queen a6 check, king d1 is the only move not to lose the queen, and then God knows, rook d8 or knight g4, knight d3 looks, yeah, it looks awful for white.
Probably lost.
Yeah, must be lost. I mean,
Yeah,
too many black pieces joining the action.
bishop e2 is mind-blowing indeed. So probably,
Yeah,
like, if you face this sort of move with white, you might have had some kind of heart attack during the game.
yeah, but well, let's agree. Radjabov is experienced enough to understand that, yeah, the odds are against him if he's planning to take on b6.
Mhm.
So I would try to bail myself out with some sort of queen d2, trying to trade the queens, maybe give back one pawn for sure, maybe both pawns, just to be safe. And then, yeah, then the question is, uh, does black have some way of developing the initiative? Because I guess b takes c5 would be good enough for equality.
Yeah, it's like a Benko style counterplay.
Yeah, like e2 is hanging, so you won't be able to castle very fast, right? Once again, this jumps with knight before and so on.
Hmm.
But with queens being off the board, I'm kind of less scared for white.
True.
Maybe for no reason. I don't know. maybe you can maybe you can still try to play for an advantage with bc5, and I think we will see something along these lines. I think we will see something along these lines. But that's an entertaining game. Yeah. Usually when Fabi prepares something, he prepares it deeply,
Hmm.
and we might see. Yeah, we might
Yeah,
see
true.
this.
So We should call this game as the most entertaining up to now, and but we failed to take a look at uh, the last remaining game, like last but not the least, Nakamura against Duda.
Yep, sure.
All right, we are moving on to Nakamura against Duda. Nakamura is on +1 group, so still he has some theoretical chances to catch up with Nepomnyashchy.
Yeah, well, Naka is the guy who impresses me the most this, well, I mean, this year, I
Mm-hmm.
have to say.
True.
The Grand Prix cycle, because, yeah, let's be honest, maybe during the Grand Prix commentary, when someone mentioned, I think first it started with him on interviews, like saying, "Okay, I don't care about the result. I'm a streamer. I'm a professional chess streamer. I don't care." And everyone got excited. Okay, the guy who is streaming, he actually can play chess. And I thought, yeah, I mean, first of all, he's playing sometimes 1 minute blitz and so on, but it's chess related activity every day for 6 hours, right? So your muscles still remember how to do stuff. Obviously, you kind of fall behind a little bit on a preparation level, but this you can do, right? But you are training in a way. You are training sometimes in a silly way by giving rook odds to the subscriber, but you work on chess literally every day. So it's not surprising that he's in a good form. That's one thing. And the other thing, I thought it's a very comfortable mindset to be in. Like when you're saying, okay, I don't care about the results. Of course you do.
Yep.
You play in the tournament, right? Of course you do.
You
But
imply that you are not responsible for that.
yeah, but that kind of makes it a little bit easier, right? So if you fail, you can always say, yeah, guys, but what do you expect? I'm streaming 8 hours a day, right? But if you have a good result, which he undoubtedly had in the Grand Prix, I mean, outstanding result, and now in the candidates tournament, he's shown his very solid play.
True.
So kudos to Naka, and really, well, the worst part of it, he probably will come back to streaming. He will not come back to competing over the board again, because yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing him playing more top events. I mean, he is a brilliant player after all.
Yeah, like on contrary, I see the only way how to argue with your statements, like putting up Ali Reza playing 250 hyperbuild games against Naroditsky. So probably, like, if you're not Naka, it's not a good idea to like put your focus off the main tournaments, like during it.
Yeah, well, during the tournament, no, but Alireza was clearly on tilt. I mean,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
was
yeah.
that
So
was
he
that
simply blacked
was
out. I mean, after losing another game.
yeah, he was clearly on tilt. I'm not. Yeah, no, but what's good with Naka being a streamer, if I may,
Like
that
money
he
wise.
not money wise, but I think he's just, yeah, he can allow himself to really kind of care less about about the money prizes and so on and so on. And strangely enough, for some people it would mean lose motivation at all,
Hmm.
but for him, interestingly, I think he's kind of better motivated to play good chess, right? Because he's not that dependent on, do I win a second prize, do I win a third prize? I can just care about quality of the game, right? So that's a very good situation to be in. Anyway, back to back to chess, back to back to what they are playing. What's that? Some knight of fish
Yep.
position, or
Yep.
at the knight f3 line, right?
You know,
Or
like I have a funny story about neither of himself. Like from one of like our friends of our families. Like funny enough, because like for me, like as a person living in Spain. We have some Spanish friends, and we have also like the friends from a former Soviet Union. And like in particular, we have a friend who's been working as a translator for Miguel Naiderov and yeah, sorry for forgetting the name, Quinteros. I think he's also was Miguel.
Miguel, I think, yeah.
Yep, and it was, I believe, 19 like 80s, I've been told, tournament in Moscow, and like uh, like the story was told by actually like by the translator himself, and Neidorf ordered the Kiev cutlet in one of some Moscow restaurants, and he was not being aware of it. He hadn't been told about the danger uh, from
Danger with it. It's got it stuffed with melted butter, right?
yeah,
That's
yeah.
what you mean, yeah?
Yep. And while you start cutting it, like the butter just explodes, it just blows out from the cutlet,
You
and
have to be, yeah, you have to be very careful, right?
yeah, and then like without any sort of hesitation, when like mostly all of the butter was on his pants, he just like took off his pants and went to his hotel room like is it never like nothing has happened.
Solid, yeah. But yeah, imagine playing the Naidov. I mean, he probably was used to embarrassing situations. I mean, he was not only playing the Naidov, but sort of an inventor of Naidov
Yeah,
variation. Yeah, interestingly, if we're speaking of the naming for chess openings, I don't think it was him who played it first, right? And then it's a
probably not.
very, I mean, it's very common. The line just named after someone who contributed a lot,
Mm-hmm.
right? And not necessarily who played it first.
True, true.
Okay, okay. Miguel, neither from what I've heard, was a very cheerful person, very nice gentleman.
True.
Yeah, I mean, like reading through some memoirs, some books of him and about him. Sorry, so on. All right, so Naka fighting against the
Yeah,
Naidov, not Miguel
yeah,
Naidov, but Naidov variation.
Didn't hesitate to play neither. So, like, despite the fact he's been quite solid with black pieces and the tournament not going well so far for him, he still opted for quite a sharp opening. A knight f3, like the move Nakamura already made in his game against
Against
Alireza.
Alireza,
Yep,
right? Yeah,
quite a
Alireza
positional
did
line.
something. Alireza did something exceptionally weird. He went knight c6, right? Was
On
it?
on
Was
the
it
very
this?
next move after bishop e7.
No. Wait a second. Do we confuse something?
Well, it was knight c6, but I don't remember the exact order of moves. So
Bishop b. How come white captured on f6? Remember, there was bishop c4, something, knight c6, bishop c4, for instance, bishop e6, bishop b3, something like that.
mhm,
Yeah.
sure. And after bishop e3, something like knight e7 was played. So
Really? No, no,
if I'm
no. I
not
think I
mistaken,
think rook c8,
you're right.
rook c8, rook c8,
Bishop
but
g5, I believe.
bishop g5, and then he did something strange, right?
Like even knight e7 at once.
Or takes on b2, yeah, whatever.
Yep.
Whatever. Anyway, Alireza got slotted right from the opening. Here it looks much more normal, I want to say.
Mhm,
Yeah, bishop b3, or oh no, he play bishop b, yeah, bishop b3,
mhm. Knight c6
right?
still.
Mm-hmm.
So like the main difference between those positions is like white is no more able to put more pressure on d5 playing bishop g5, and h6 is a kind of a common move and this particular line, like preventing bishop g5. Like somehow and like unexpectedly, Like bishop g5 moves are not that dangerous with the knight on b3, for instance.
Ye-
But after knight
yeah.
f3, usually it's like it has to be met with um, h6 move.
Yeah, Daniel. I I recall what we are getting wrong.
Mhm.
It wasn't bishop g5. It was knight d5, which was trading on f6 in Firouzja's
Ah,
game.
right. True.
So he went indeed knight to c6, bishop c4, bishop e6.
Once again, so
If
bishop.
if if we are talking, yeah, if we are talking Nakamura Firouzja, yeah. So it was knight to c6 immediately, bishop c4, bishop e6, knight
Probably.
d5, knight
Ah, yeah,
d5, rook
right.
c8, knight d5, rook c8, knight takes f6, and there were games with queen takes f6, but he captured with the pawn. Yeah, he
Oh
captured
my.
with the pawn and what the bishop b3 and so on and so on. Yeah, wanted to be original, but in fact just got crushed. Okay, so in our game, well, it looks much more logical, right?
True.
Takes and oh, knight h4 to start with. Okay,
Knight
knight
h4
a5.
is the only like kind of reasonable approach to like refute this h7 h6. Like the only drawback of h7 h6 is weakening the squares like f5 and g6, and like it's clear intention to go knight f5.
Yeah. Black went knight a5.
Hmm.
And this is the moment, yeah, Naka decided to trade, kill knight g6,
Hmm.
and he castled short. Okay.
Fair enough.
What do we think about this position? I mean, I always thought this knight. Yeah, somehow I've turned to underestimate White's attacks in this setup. So like to me, seeing White captured on e6, f e6, Black is solid, like equals Black is solid. But
Hmm.
there've been numerous examples when they would just go f4 somehow and get to you. So I'm not sure anymore, right? I mean, okay, now it's Black to move. So the first question first is like, do we play King f7, trying to, force White to trade, right? Do we maybe play Knight c4? I mean, options are.
Well, like personally, I would try to get rid of the knight as soon as possible. Just king f7.
Yeah, King f7, so to end up still artificially castling short, right?
Mhm. But after knight h4, I would rather investigate the opportunity of g7, g5, and g4.
Yeah, well, actually, you're right. You're right. I'm not even sure I'm supposed to go knight h4. It feels a little bit off. Maybe I'm taking on
Yeah, yeah.
e7. Maybe I'm taking on e7. Then again, there can be debate to either king or queen takes. Let's assume for now the queen
Yeah,
takes.
that's
Yeah.
a good question indeed.
So they both kind of have some drawbacks. I mean, King
Mhm.
e7 has a drawback of having a king on e7,
Mhm.
and after yeah, and well, actually, my first intention was to say like, okay, I will push f4 and so on. But now looking at it, maybe you don't need it at all with white. Maybe you can try to be a bit more clever, say going some queen d3, yeah. So to kind of postpone this f4 business, yeah. Play queen d3, maybe double on the d file. I'm not sure Black has equalized. I'm not sure Black has equalized.
Like structural wise, pawn structure looks quite solid, but like when your king is in danger, like
Yeah, the
other
king is
things
the
doesn't
problem,
matter
right?
that
Yeah,
much.
the king is the problem. And there won't be a real counterplay for Black. Once again, I mean, if your king is safe or relatively safe, like king is on g8 and rook is on whatever, e7, let it be, right? At least you can sometimes play d6, d5,
Mhm.
and so on, like develop some sort of initiative. Because one way of looking at the structures, like how to access. Sometimes structures are good, less good, not good at all. And I think I came to this conclusion sort of independently, but then heard from numerous sources, and one of them being Boris Gelfand
Mhm.
as well. So that when you're accessing the, or kind of trying to evaluate the position in terms of future plans, right? So real plans, they are connected with pawn moves.
Mhm.
You can you can say many times, okay, I want my piece, this piece to be there, this piece to be there, but your opponent is aware of it, right? So you will threaten, I don't know, to get the knight to b6, he will protect against it, and so on and so on. So when we are talking about the plan in the position, that means we are talking about the pawn pushes,
Mhm.
right? And here it's, I mean, what's black plan, what black's plan is in this regard, right? So the most obvious would be d5, but you are not doing this with king on e7,
Mhm.
right? g5, again, g5, white goes f3, for instance. If I'm scared, maybe I'm not scared at all, but g5, I go f3, and then what? Again, opening too much of a king side will get your king killed, not my king, right? I mean, the king, white will come from the king side and checkmate. So in some way, we might say that black struggles to find a plan unless he finds safe place for the king,
Mhm.
interestingly. So maybe that's because why I'm talking so much, because in a way I'm arguing with myself. Yeah, but my first impression about this position would be black is totally fine, right? Because of its strong center.
True.
But then you think of it, yeah, and the center is strong, but you can hardly move it, right? The d5 is not an option. In gioco piano Italian, very often, right? They go bishop e6, and you trade, and they take with the pawn. And it looks nice until the moment that you realize, yeah, this thing, you cannot really push it forward because it creates weaknesses.
Mhm.
So sometimes it's, I think that's kind of an interesting observation, but we shall see. It's a very, very old-fashioned pensioners understanding, and nowadays people just calculate lines, and yeah, who cares about this? just,
No,
just go, just play moves.
like personally, I do like this approach a lot because it gives a clear, a sort of understanding of chess. Because like calculation, it's not about the understanding; it's about your ability, like to imagine the board after several moves and evaluate it appropriately. But like understanding the pawn structure, the pawn moves, and taking into account that you cannot like retrieve the pawns, you cannot move them back. mm, like it kind of makes me feel mm, like makes me understanding chess in a completely different way. And what you've mentioned is a very like once again personally only in my point of view is a very reasonable advice how to evaluate the position and how to evaluate the pawn structures. And I might agree with you that black's pawn structure looks quite solid, but like apart from b7 b5 I don't see other any reasonable pawn moves with black because like otherwise they would create some additional weaknesses.
Yeah, like so maybe we have to agree that, yeah, maybe black will have to look for some queenside activity, but then, yeah, then maybe the whole concept is different. So then we are not taking on e7 with the king, maybe, but then we don't play g5 at all, and so on.
Hmm.
So that's not even about this particular position, right? It's just that may I try to illustrate how very often how chess players' brain work, at least used to work,
Hmm.
because nowadays maybe still your objective is just to calculate everything, every single move in the position. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I think nobody, even like younger players with brilliant calculation skills, they do need understanding. Otherwise, you can't really imitate the way computer plays chess, right? You can't really do that because then
I believe Firouzja is a very vivid example of that sort of pattern.
So sometimes he's trying to imitate, like trying to calculate everything.
Well, like what we mentioned, that he had t- exactly the same mistakes like throughout the tournament in his games against Jan and Fabi, like trading off the bishops, the last squared bishops. So like like brings me some sort of feeling that it's not the chess is not all about calculation. It's all about it's even more about the understanding the traits like properly. And I've been told that chess is the game of traits, and who is able to make better trades, like it's probably I give you another like a better example. It's low, so it's like a stock market. Who is making better trades is winning, and who is making
Yeah, absolutely. Now, well, I would totally agree with you on this one if we add precisely one word, or rather one little correction, like trades in a generalized sense, right?
true.
So not only trading piece for the piece, but
Hmm.
kind of trading the possibilities, like in a very broad sense. Like when I went e4 on move one, and you answered with e5, right? That means the moment I'm playing e4 on move one, it's a trade between being able to put the e pawn on fourth rank or the d pawn, right?
Hmm.
When I go d4 on move one, that means that I will not play e4. It's very unlikely because you will play knight f6 or d5. Even those subtle things, yeah, those seem to be like really in utter space and not related, but sometimes that like these little moves they make difference. Like you went h6 to be able to stop bishop g5, yeah, but then he gets his knight to g6, and those tiny differences, those make chess understanding, those make positional chess, right? Knight c4, by the way, was played.
Hmm.
So for now, he's fine with white king being, white knight being on g6. Makes sense, yeah. Knight c4. Maybe it's properly timed now that I'm thinking, because now white doesn't really have a comfortable way of setting up the pieces. I would prefer my queen to be somewhere already, rook being on d1, and then I would be able to play bishop c1,
Hmm.
right? But maybe I have to go bishop c1
Yeah,
anyway,
like Nakamura won't blink and still play bishop c1.
with the idea that later on, especially if I'm planning to trade on a7, I will play b3, right?
Hmm.
b3 and maybe bishop a4.
Yeah, bishop e3, right?
It's not very, not very common structure, not very common position here.
Not at all.
Yeah, and I turn to, yeah, I would claim that Naka is very good. Naka is very good at, at some somewhat, unorthodox pawn structures,
Mhm.
unorthodox tactical patterns, strategic patterns. Maybe once again, partially thanks to his incredible, immense experience of facing those patterns, even in 3-minute blitz. But if you had it once, you have it few times, right? And then at least you understand. You would understand more if I have it first time in my life.
Yeah, true. Yeah, like obviously Naka has an eagle eye vision in that type of positions, and which, like, in fact, makes him being one of the best blitz and rapid players throughout the years.
Yeah.
And bishop c1, rook c8, like, is pretty much blitzed out. And the question is whether we should include queen d3 or we push b pawn like in that very moment.
Yeah, that's a good question, right? So perhaps ideally we would prefer
Yeah,
to
let's check
play
it out.
b3. First of all, where the knights going?
Yeah.
a5 back, b6.
Yeah, this is
I'm
kind
not.
of
Yeah, but
typical. You
perhaps
just retreat to a5 and you somehow weaken the c file.
and later on might opt for knight c6, knight d4, right?
Hmm.
So this queen, I don't know if we go queen d3,
Yeah, like queen c7.
maybe queen c7. So we will end up playing the bishop move. Might even go to d2 as well, yeah. b2, d2, yeah,
I'm
that's
I'm
always.
I'm a bit puzzled. Probably this is not what white want to receive. Yeah.
Well, it depends. It depends because f4 is another idea, right? So I mean, to play bishop d2 and then to go f4. No. I'm very happy with what we are getting. Yeah, like bishop d2 for now. Yeah, knight c6, knight b4 is somewhat that is annoying. Yeah.
Like probably the other idea is just to play queen d7 instead of queen c7. Like I want to like make real the idea of playing bishop e7, bishop d8, and just
Aha. So that I will regret not capturing on
yeah,
e7.
just
Yeah, that's a
distracting your
fair point.
attention. Yeah, that's just distracting your
That
attention.
that that's a fair point. So, but yet again, that's what I'm saying. So, if Naka knows what to do in this position, he has a huge advantage. Like not in terms of position evaluation, but like advantage in chances, right?
Hmm.
So exactly what pattern he has to opt for. A4. B3. Now, maybe just let's do this. Let's play B3 and bishop B2. Let's kind of accept that for now this bishop is not very good. No, maybe B2. I was thinking, and then
Also,
F4 and try to use it on this diagonal. I don't know. It looks very silly on B2 for now, right? But if we are planning to play F4, maybe it's not that terrible.
well, it all depends on if will we able to push f2, f4, and like explode the center.
Because look, for now, I have an argument in White's favor, so that if you don't play King f7 now, well, just play him with Queen c7. That's
Hmm.
something that you were doing, yeah. After f4, pawn takes. Queen c7, by the way, I made you to play a very bad move. Knight f4, right?
Yeah, we'll figure it
And
out.
then, yeah, knight f4, and then it's challenging for black because if you don't play e5, the bishop on b2 is great. If you do play e5, then you surrender all the light squares here.
Hmm.
Then you'd be blamed in a way Alireza Firouzja was blamed against Nakamura. So,
No
so
way.
that yeah, so that means perhaps if white does all that, like goes b3, bishop b2, maybe you're almost forced to go queen f7, king f7 instead of like just to make me take on e7. Wait.
Like somehow,
Well, actually,
in fact, h3, h4 is played.
h4 was
And that's a
played.
very interesting moment because I was about to say that we've traded h3 move for h6 because like obviously h7, h6 allowing a knight to go to use the absence of protection of g6 square is kind of great for white, but on the other hand, h3 wasn't like a perfect pawn because like it's a very common idea for white to put their queen to h3 in
Ah,
that
yeah,
position.
queen going to
Yep.
h3, right? Also, kind of extra pressure on e6. Yeah. So he says, yeah, h3 square will be available, but also I will protect my knight on g6 if you go king f7, right?
Hmm.
I think that's perhaps the point of his play. I like Naka's position. I don't think it's objectively better, but I like what he's doing.
Somehow I like more what you've suggested. Like,
You mean the b3 move?
yeah.
Yeah, maybe, but yeah, let's see. At least this one is an intriguing game in an intriguing position,
Hmm.
right? All right. So we are what 1 hour and a quarter into the round. Let's once again check what's going on. In that's kind of a short overview. Nepo and Rapport It's Richter Rauser,
Hmm.
then Ali Reza with Ding, it's some endgame. Radjabov with Caruana, it's early opening surprise from Caruana. By the way, I'm very curious to see how this will develop. And then Naka against Duda, it's this once again typical, but not exactly typical. Neither. I mean, it's a typical structure, but I think you rarely getting that with the knight on g6, right?
Well, I assume it won't be a bad idea, like until like uh, to take a look at Nepo game against Rapport
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
before we
let's
go
go.
for a little intermission.
Yeah, let's go to see if, yeah, once again, was there ever a player who won? Yeah, that's kind of a trivia question.
Mhm.
Was there ever a player who won a candidates with one round to spare? And the answer is yes. And it was Jan Nepomnyashchy last candidates.
Did he really? But he scored only about
Yes,
three.
yeah, but he lost in the last round. I mean, after, as he confessed after the celebration, he lost in the last round,
So he was.
and still won the tournament. So
Mhm.
it's not only. I mean, if he makes it, assuming he makes a draw today, right, or doesn't lose, I mean, he's free to win, no questions asked. But not only he's going to win two consecutive candidates, which is already amazing, but
Mhm.
also both of them with one round to spare. So that'd be an incredible achievement, especially in the modern era, right? Because anyway, the competition is really high. We may talk a lot about, okay, someone strong is missing in this event or was missing a previous event, blah blah. You know, some are unhappy with the absence of Wesley Saw, and you know, but there was a fair it was a fair process of qualifying for the candidates.
Mhm.
And yeah, people who did qualify, and yeah, yet he's winning the second tournament in a row. Okay, so what's the position? White
Yeah,
has a pair of
yeah.
bishops.
So we've moved on to Nepomniachtchi game against Rapport
Mm-hmm.
because like the boards do not coincide between each other.
Yeah, we still have the other names. Yeah, I
Yeah,
understand.
like I have to say that I tend to agree what you've just said, and we are like in fact mm, a strong argument for your words is that we're witnessing uh, a strong deflation of ratings currently, and I believe like the level of top 100 players has like not drastically but a bit fallen down. So now even 2650 player is like in top 100 list, while I believe 3 or 4 years ago, like 2660 players were barely entering like the 100 best.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, like in the world's economy, you have a periods of inflation, and then you have periods of
Yeah, the cycles.
deflation. Yeah, the cycles. Because when I've entered top 100 for the first time, I think I've done it with barely crossing 2600, like 2604,
So
something
what
like
was
that,
it,
and
something
I
like
was
2004 or 2003?
yeah, 20. Yeah, it was 2004. Yeah, it was 2004, I think. So back then, kind of 2600 was the entry point to the
Good
top
mark.
100 to top 100. Yeah, but back then I believe it was a little bit different rating as well,
Hmm.
because nowadays, yeah, well, perhaps I'm not following chess all that closely. I mean the top 100 chess. I'm following and commentating the top 20 events, let's say, right? But I would not I would not accept the challenge of naming all the 2600 players nowadays. All 2600 players in the
Yeah, no
world.
way.
And back then it was, I mean, I've played it with at least half of them, right?
Hmm.
Not only like I would be able to name all of them. I would kind of played with at least half of them. All right. So what happens in Jan's game? So how's that? The bishop mystically went to b4. How did it happen?
Good question. Like those who know the joke that Armenian master Mnatsikanyan would claim that white has a pair of bishops.
Yeah.
F3, h6, bishop f4, almost forcing black to play d5. Like I'm a little bit curious whether e5 is a move, but I believe with the bishop on c6, like not on e6, it won't be a great idea because
Yeah, you just go back, right?
probably even to g3,
Maybe even to g3, right?
and then the bishop goes to c4. Yeah, that's a bit rough decision. So d5 is a more flexible move. Queen e1, bishop b4.
And then you go a3 and he takes,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Isn't it theory?
It looks like, but I think it's from might be from some different line. Maybe it is a theory after all. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Judging by the time they both spent, it's some well forgotten theory,
Yeah, it's
right?
like
Because
unlikely a theory, true.
yeah, so it's a trade on c3, castles, and bishop e5.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't black just kind of under pressure here?
Just sort of.
Yeah, rook c. Yeah, what does black do? Okay, I wanted to say rook c8, but it's not necessarily correct.
Like normally, like playing against a pair of bishops, as I've been taught by Grandmaster Josef Dorfman, the side who has a bishop and knight has to get rid of the pair of bishops in order to eliminate the strong pair. So bishop e5 would be a considerable option unless like a simple bishop take, pawn takes, and like
And takes on f6.
both, like yeah, bishop f6 probably is the simplest one. And
Takes on f6, and
black is
then
getting
yeah,
devastated.
e d5, e d5. And as I was told by Nigel Short, yeah, I mean, obviously it's a terrible position for black, but the term that I found especially funny is that's this way of having your pawns this way is called Irish pawn structure. Perhaps that's some inner joke that we foreigners not getting, but
Like
yeah.
different islands.
I don't know. Really don't know. Yeah, but that would be terrible. Rook c8, however, seems to be a reasonable move.
Quite a reasonable move.
Yeah, because my point is that, yeah, perhaps I should care little with black about the white being, I mean, white having the pin on the d file,
Hmm.
right? And also like white threatening to take on f6. So the alternative could be queen e7, but for now I'm still hoping that after rook c8 you would still take on f6. Yeah, so that's my idea, that after rook c8 maybe you still take on f6.
Like, and the
So that
question is whether black is able to take with a pawn.
yeah, if you're ambitious you probably should try it, right? I mean, it might end up being purely bad,
Hmm.
but at least I don't know how ambitious Richard Rapport is. I mean, in terms of winning this game at any cost. It's like if he would be 2 points behind Jan Nepomnyashchy with 2 rounds to go, then you probably just go all in, right? But it's like, does he have an incentive to push too much when the position doesn't really look that promising? Yeah, rook c8 is on the board. Yeah, gf6, maybe it's not that terrible. But after queen f6, I think black is solid enough, right? I mean, if I'm trying to be objective, like not pushing too much, yeah, bishop f6 on the board. Yeah, after queen f6, I mean, the endgame should be perfectly fine,
Hmm.
right? G takes, perhaps takes on d5, bishop takes.
Yeah, that should be a
I
quick
don't.
draw.
Yeah, somehow those are sometimes if White's too ambitious, he might actually get in a bit of a trouble. Yeah, right.
Yeah, so Richard decided to took with the queen, and probably I've got the points, like the difference between those moves, because if the pawn takes, like somehow we probably may mm, get use of the like erupted pawn structure on the king side. So playing bishop b3, covering the c2 pawn, like uh, I mean, obviously, instead of bishop d3, there were like a short, like I see a little shortage of moves because bishop f4 is a strong threat. And
Yeah,
we,
like queen
Mhm.
e3 is as an alternative. Yeah, but bishop d3 as well. Yeah, so we are heading towards this endgame. It is already on the board, right? So takes on d5.
Like the
Uh,
question is if we'll see the draw agreement in this particular game, which calls a world championship match for Jan,
yeah, so basically guarantees the world championship match.
or even a
Draw.
title, according to the Carlsen statement.
No, no, he won't have the title. He'll have to play with the second place. No, no,
According
that
to the
is
regulations, indeed. The
yeah,
regulations
absolutely.
imply that this first two, like the winner and the runner-up, are playing
Yeah,
the match in terms, yeah.
in case Carlsen decides not to play rook d4
Mhm.
relatively quickly, probably a clever move. Rook d4.
Not necessarily the only one, because
Yeah, no, but there is nothing wrong with basically what I'm saying. It's like there is nothing wrong with rook d4. So you'll play bishop d3 next move. Rook is unlikely to get trapped on d4, and it might get some activity
Mhm,
along the fourth rank.
true.
So what do we do with black? Uh, Anything. F5, rook
I
d8.
believe with black we're just waiting and anticipating the next world championship cycle.
Maybe you're right. Yeah. No, well, perhaps I'm trying to, to present this game a bit more exciting than it is, in fact, right? I mean, so the whole excitement in the result and Jan becoming the next challenger. It's not the position itself. I mean, there is still some fight left, but it's not like out of this world sharp position.
Yeah, like for the thriller lovers, unfortunately for them, it's a pity for them that the tournament is dying down in terms of any sort of intrigue. So, like today's game between Jan and Richard could be like the crucial one in terms of any sort of intrigue. But still,
Yeah,
the second place is could be the place that counts. So we shouldn't forget about that.
absolutely. So that's what I was about to speculate. Imagine, well, this game finishes as well as the round 13, and on Magnus Carlsen's Twitter, for instance, or wherever else, we see a message. Grats, Jan, by the way, I'm not playing the match against you. And all of a sudden, the intrigue is back to the tournament because it'll be a huge fight for second place.
True.
I, I don't see it happening. Seriously, it's just a silly joke.
Yeah,
Uh,
barely.
okay, f5, bishop d3 now would threaten the f5 pawn. By the way,
Mhm.
bishop d3. Well, it's a silly, silly threat, but still a threat.
Not a silly one. Like somehow in terms of practice, I find out it's a bit easier to play even with white pieces.
The black has to play a few careful moves, right?
Yeah, for
Rook
example, rook
d
f d8, rook c
Rook
d8.
f d8, yeah, probably f d8. Yeah, you probably don't need the c rook, right? Rook f d8. You know what?
You mean this one?
Can we still take? Yeah,
Like a take and rook h d1.
rook hd1, you have rook c5, the only move,
Hmm.
and then b4 and c4 works, right?
Yeah, before
Or
is like looks like GG.
b4. I mean, still rook b5 if I don't want to resign, yeah? Because c4, rook c8, it's bad, but not yet game over.
Hmm.
c4, rook c8 is not yet game
Yeah, we
over.
can include King B2 probably first.
Ah, you mean we can actually be slower,
Yeah,
right? King b2 and then c4 is just killing. Yeah, a5, c4, just game. Yeah, right. So black actually has to be careful
yeah.
after bishop d3. Maybe the best would be to play bishop c6.
Yep. Somehow, yeah, I
After
tend
bishop
to agree.
d3. Yeah, after bishop d3, maybe just play bishop c6 and then go rook d8, trade the rooks and so on. So.
Hmm.
But yeah, but black is nowhere near fighting for an advantage, so that's a very safe and very good scenario for Jan.
True, true. A risk-free position. That's what he was even dreaming of.
All right, so is it a time where we once again, I think we have some duties there. One of them is to read that during the candidates, there is still this promotion running, subscription for World Chess Arena -20. You can get 20% off with the promo code candidates 2022 or whatever it is. It's on your screen.
Yep, that's great because, like, I think I've been failing to do that sort of, like, it's not even a promo. It's just a good recommendation to, like, to win your chance, like to stand your chance and attend the candidates event, or like obtain and like buy some nice merch from World Chess, and don't forget about playing FIDE online arena tournaments also, with the prize fund generated by World Chess itself. So I've been not doing great with it. I've been only talking about chess, like trash talk,
Yeah,
and etc.
yeah. So since I'm here as a kind of guest appearing commentator, I can be perfectly honest. I mean, first when I've tried Arena, it was quite some time back. It was a bit laggy. It felt honestly to me, it felt I didn't realize, didn't understand why would you have another playing zone, right? But then nowadays it's more of a package
Hmm.
because you have master classes as well with subscription, right? You have the merge. Then I know personally living human being who won the attendance of world championship match,
Oh,
and it was Abhijit Gupta, the guy, obviously.
well.
There was an arena tournament, series of arena tournament. I think I was commentating the final, and players going by nicknames, and I think, okay, this guy. I mean, watching the games, you see, oh, okay, this guy knows how to play chess, and then somehow I didn't realize it was him, and then after the tournament was over, and possibly the next day. Uh, I think World Chess people, they approached me. "Oh, okay, let's do a quick interview with the winners on Zoom. That is, I
Mhm.
mean, it was all COVID times or whatever online, and I see my good friend Abhijit. I mean, we played we played same tournaments in Dubai a long time ago. We
Mhm.
played a lot of events together. Yeah, so that was funny. What I'm trying to say, so now it does attract more and more kind of strong players. So
Mhm.
Vidit is an ambassador for an arena. So I believe they are very serious in developing it, in turning it into a proper place to hang around. So it's
Like, in other words, and probably we know this word, uh, FIDE Online Arena becomes little meta world, and
yep,
I believe it will be developed quickly in order to, like, even challenge the biggest world,
the
like,
biggest guys.
websites.
Yeah,
Yeah, like chess.com, like leadchess.org, And like, because I believe we all used to play on Internet Chess Club, but somehow, as far as I'm concerned, there is not a lot of people attending some tournaments, and like all of the audience, all of the players moved on to another website.
Other platforms, yeah. And finally, yeah, let's try. Yeah, so what we are saying, guys, give yourself a shot, right? Just try Chess Arena. If yeah, if you like it, you have a discount subscription, and yeah, it's promising to be a very nice place. That's how I see it.
True.
The merch is top notch, by the way. This I can relay, having quite a few pieces myself. All right, so we are off for a very brief break, I believe, right? And we'll be back shortly to continue with round 13.
Yep, stay tuned.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Round 13 of Madrid candidates. For some reason, I still want to say different city. I keep forgetting it's in Madrid.
So somehow it doesn't cross your mind that there can be a top level event in Madrid?
No, no, there used to be some, right? By the way, I guess you're not that far away from Madrid, geographically speaking. I mean,
Well,
much
geographic,
closer than I am.
yeah, for sure.
Anyway.
Like, but if we would, like right now, I'm maybe 450, 470 kilometers far from Madrid, which like is geographically wise in terms of Spain is quite far. But in
You're
terms of
too far away,
yeah,
yeah.
but in terms of other countries like United States, China, Russia, Canada, it's like the same neighborhood.
Yeah, couple of hours drive, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, if you drive fast. You're not allowed to drive that fast in Spain, I'm afraid.
Well, I believe in any country, uh, but not in Germany.
Yeah, in Germany, you can make it in 2 hours if you, yeah, if your car allows. Back to chess. Still four games in progress, and this one that we, yeah, game between Teimour Radjabov and Fabiano Caruana, the one that we were well hopeful would get very entertaining. Well, it went, but Rajabov took, a cautious approach, and now quite possibly we are heading towards a draw. Right. By the way, pay attention to the time on the clock. So Fabi clearly had, like, if not everything prepared, then prepared it to, to a very, very long. It was very good preparation by Fabi. 1 hour 30 for Fabiano Caruana, only 5 minutes left for Rajabov. Let's not forget there is no increment.
Yeah, and let's not forget that the time is not that precise because, like, if we recalculate, it feels like Rajabov already spent a couple of hours plus half an hour of Fabiano, but we're only less than 2 hours in the game. So
Ah,
somehow,
really?
yeah,
Ah, okay. So the time is a little bit off. Yeah,
it's
okay.
a
That
bit
that that,
off,
that
but
makes sense.
I still, I assume Caruana has tremendous time advantage.
Over Rajabov, yeah.
Mhm,
I keep forgetting. Yeah, sometimes it glitches and it shows. I think it updates whenever the move is made.
mhm.
So quite possibly Rajabov spent quite some time here.
Yep, it may
Uh,
readjust quickly after Rajabov
okay.
makes a move. R-
So what happened? Knight a2, rook c2.
mhm.
Wait a second. So he decides to push the knight back before capturing on c5. Why is that?
Like, what is the
I mean,
point?
he could have captured on c5 immediately,
True.
right? Could have captured on c5 immediately, but for some reason he preferred to drive the knight back. Mm, I'm not reading through this, to be honest. I mean, I'm not sure. Okay,
Me neither.
maybe rook c8, right? Maybe rook c8, but once again, why it's better with black knight being on b4? I'm not sure. Maybe because you have no.
No,
I
no,
don't know
I'm
really.
failing. I'm failing to see the reason as well. So,
Yes, like rook c8 might not be the bad move, right? But anyway, he decided on rook c2 first, knight b4, and rook takes c5.
mhm.
So pawn up for white for now. But if anyone, I believe it's black who may have, slight, not even the advantage, but initiative. Like if, say, if you'd say
Mhm.
pick the side, I believe you pick black.
Yeah, like if
Even
there is anything right away, if Black has some sort of tactics and they can like equalize the material, taking the e2 pawn, especially, um, they would like. I believe they would consider themselves to be an upper hand in this game. So,
yeah. So look what happened. Rook c8.
mhm.
So now you're probably forced to trade, right? Yeah. You're forced to trade on c8, rook takes c8, and maybe we are getting an explanation on why the knight is on b4. Because after knight c4, I thought, yeah, I mean, first of all, like if white castles, I think bishop e2, black is slightly better.
Fair
There's
enough.
this b pawn. Well, technically it is a passed pawn, but it's more of a liability for now,
Hmm.
right? The b pawn, yeah. So it still should be no problem to make a draw, but if anyone's better, it's black, right? So
Hmm.
instead of castling, I would try to play knight c4, and that's probably just a dead draw, right? You take twice, white castles or whatever, yeah. And if the knight would be on a2, possibly instead of a capture, maybe black would have knight c1. Okay, let's just, yeah, compare two lines. Rook takes, knight c4, and knight c1.
Yeah,
Probably
fair
still
point.
like nothing special, but yeah, maybe a little bit awkward for white. Especially awkward if you castle knight takes b3, right? c4 knight is hanging and e2 pawn is hanging.
Hmm.
Right. So, well, he has his point for like forcing the knight to b4. Yeah, very solid play by Radjabov, and this game will be finished anytime soon, I believe.
True, and I believe we shouldn't blame Rajabov for that kind of approach after he faced b6, kind of sharp move. I'm curious whether it's a novelty, but somehow I believe there's been some enthusiasts who decided to sacrifice a pawn like that.
Yeah. So that's yet another attempt to, I don't know, to close the Catalan, so to speak,
A good
right?
one, because yeah, sorry for interrupting you.
Yeah.
There's been a game between Ding and Caruana, even in the first leg of the tournament, where Caruana came up with a brilliant knight a5 decision move in Ragozin with queen
Hmm.
c2, queen a4, queen c2, and then I've started like analyzing this very position with like the modern cloud engines, like on 300 kns speed, so with a quite sufficient hash rate, if I can say so. And knight a5 was like initially one of the lowest, like one of the like let's say tens or eights computer suggestion, but then like slowly and steadily it started to raise up in terms of and like kicking out the other alternatives on move 7. So like I'm pretty um well I'm I would say I do like how the way how Caruana prepared for this tournament in terms of openings. So he came up with some very nice ideas against the first d4, just like literally closing up the whole like concept of playing d4 with white.
Yeah. We were discussing with the guys. I mean, what went wrong for Fabi? Well, apart from like, yeah, I mean, so he was clearly very well prepared,
Hmm.
right? Um, he is a very good player, very good fighter, and so on. And one of the arguments was that he was, I don't know if you can call it unlucky, but he clearly spent the most time over the board. I mean, he had the hardest games.
Hmm.
So he had the longest game practically every round. And then, yeah, in such a tournament, one just gets tired. That, yeah, he was a bit unlucky, perhaps, like a couple of times, but yeah. So, for instance, if we compare once again, it's maybe it's not that fair to say, but Jan was kind of presented a couple of wins.
Hmm.
Not that he was playing bad, but yeah, just his opponents were playing that badly that he didn't have to do anything special. Yeah, and Fabi had to work in every single game. So it's not to belittle Jan's result, of course. Yeah, it's just that an explanation why Fabi, like clearly trying the hardest, being very well prepared, still, yeah, the result kind of doesn't reflect the effort.
True.
sometimes it's just the case in chess. Yeah, so as you can see, they've already traded on c4, so that's 4 pawns each, rook bishop against rook knight. I don't think this game is going for too
Like
long.
most likely the first game to end today.
Yeah, well, we do have contenders for this because we also have Ali Reza and Ding, which we didn't check for quite a while,
Hmm.
and I suggest we go there
Yeah, let's move
because
on to Ding's game. True.
yeah, so that used to be the opposite colored bishops ending with the rooks with very curious pawn structure, asymmetric pawn structure, and it still is, right?
Like
Whoa,
I
whoa,
believe
whoa.
today, in terms of the games and throughout the tournament, is the calmest day, like the most
Yeah,
the
perhaps. Yeah, perhaps the
smoothest.
the calmest day ever. Well. So, but this position, like initially you see this opening line on the board, you do not expect that it will turn into something like that. I cannot call it sharp, but
Yeah, I
it's
barely expected
very,
that.
yeah, it's very, say, strategically unbalanced, right? I mean,
Hmm.
it's very hard to assess. I like black still for whatever reason, even though he's a pawn down, even though his bishop on h4 is, well, it's hard to say it's misplaced. I mean, if not for the bishop on h4, white would just start pushing the h pawn, right? So,
Hmm.
so it's not misplaced, but it's limited in movement, let's
Hmm.
say. And the idea of getting the king to c3 is still valid, by the way. Black wouldn't mind having the king on c3 in this position.
Well, not
Not at all.
not at all.
Yeah.
Like talking about the white's perspectives.
Not clear. Pawn up, passed pawn, no winning chances. Is it a fair assessment?
Fair enough. Like,
Yeah, it looks like. I mean, you can hardly think of what white has to do in order to make a progress, right?
like on it, it looks a bit ambiguous that like on the one hand we had to get rid of the bishop in h4, but on the other hand I don't see any way how to like kick it out and push the
How to
pawn.
do it? Yeah, yeah.
But maybe we can show up with some sort of flexibility, even like playing c3 and then rook b1 and then b4. Could it be a valid plan?
Yeah, if it's possible to. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, c3 intending to play b4.
And
Uh,
I presume it would be clever enough. Yeah, so he started with rook b1 first.
he starts with rook b1. Yeah, okay. So king c5 will be met with c3. Now it's clear, right?
Probably.
How about no, d4 is too much of a liability. Then the
Hmm.
bishop gets a square on c4.
Yeah, black has a
Right.
like up to now, black has a flawless pawn structure, despite the fact being pawn down. Like a very normal and natural way how to face the c3 b4 plan is to play simply rook e8 because like playing g6 is obviously like would be a very rough decision and has to be like made with precision. So I don't believe white will be ever playing g5, g6 with the rooks on the board.
Yeah. So you almost stop b4, or rather
Yeah, like the
make it.
idea of rook e8 that after c3, let's say I'm shuffling around like king e6. If you go b4, then I simply take and you're obliged to take with the rook, which
Yeah,
makes.
and black basically black can stand still, right? Rook
Mhm,
b4, king d6, and
mhm.
you just say, okay, nothing happens.
Well, to say the least, but I would admit that even something happens and Black's position just became even more like mm, positive in terms of perspectives.
Right, but I would also be a little bit careful because, yeah, white pawns are maybe not going too far, but these are still two passed pawns, so that, yeah, like bishop d1 maybe, and then I'm starting to dream about rook b7, h7, something
Hmm.
like this. So maybe white actually has some sort of a plan
Like
in this.
accidentally, bishop d1 was my like first intention in this position, but then I realized that after king e6, bishop d1 can be faced with bishop e1.
Yeah, here it's bishop e1. Yeah, that's
Oh,
funny.
and if white plays rook c1, there is even more.
Ah, no, 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 now
Yeah,
we
that's
will drop
horrifying.
all the pawns.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
all the
It's
pawns.
like playing checkers instead of chess.
Yeah, speaking of funny ideas, I can, okay, probably cannot imagine right now, but like if only the situation would be a tiny bit better for black, maybe bishop g5 would work at some point, just take and push the f pawn. Okay, it doesn't work here, but as the idea for breaking through,
Hmm.
like imagine black would already have by that point, I don't know, pawn on d4, pawn on c3, and then just this will never materialize in the game.
Yeah,
In
yeah,
fact,
that's
I
it.
think, yeah, both sides probably have to be slightly careful not to allow too much to their opponent, right?
Yeah, in fact.
So black is in control. I don't think black has any trouble there, but white realistically shouldn't lose if he's minimally careful.
Hmm.
And this can last for a very long time, by the way.
Like I can't really get the Firouzja intention to alter this particular line in the opening. Well, somehow it turns out that he's still dreaming to win this one with white, and um, well, not the worst case for Ding, suffering from a very painful loss to Radjabov, and like uh, I can well like moderately imagine Firouzja over pushing today and going all in this very position, like playing c3,
Uh-huh.
then preparing b4, like trying to break through, but making your like pawn structure being like even worse. So
Hmm.
yeah, we shall
Yeah.
look
So
for it.
looking at it, well, what did we say? Like white's pawn up, right? But white's extra pawn depends on how you look at it. You might as well say white's extra pawn is on h3, right?
Hmm.
So there's no realistic scenario for next, I don't know, bajillion moves that this pawn is any is of any importance. In fact,
Hmm.
without the pawn on h3, white would have rook h1, right?
True.
So it's an equal material in that case, and yeah, black is more centralized, like kind of has a nice looking pawn center. So maybe the pawn on g5 is actually a factor that keeps the situation more or less balanced for white,
Hmm.
right? So that he also has a passed pawn and it can move in the right moment. So maybe that. So I would assess it as balanced. Maybe I would lean towards black if you force me to choose, right? So still, I would think, okay, maybe black is the side who can try to play on, but once again, it's not obvious how do you play it. A d4, I would think, you're just voluntarily pushing the pawn forward. But yeah, the fact that you maybe it's not a big deal to allow bishop c4. Okay, can we take a short look like
Hmm.
d4, bishop c4, rook g7, for instance, just to keep it on g7 for now. And the big plan is to once again go king c5, b4, c3, if I'm allowed to do all that.
Hmm.
But then the moment I go king c5, you have bishop e6, right?
Yep, probably.
And yeah, and if I leave the G file, this is also not recommended because you will go G6. I mean, if the rook goes to F8, let's say, instead of G7, then you'll go G6, and bishop F6, you'll go H4, and all of a sudden these pawns start to be threatening.
Yeah, so actually
Mhm.
there is a little more cons than pros for d5, d4.
Yeah, the pawn on d5 actually limits
The
white
bishop.
bishop very well.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
tend to agree with you. I would also stick with black if I had that sort of choice.
Anything else? Okay,
We got
absolutely.
the first result.
We have a first result. It's a draw for Radjabov and Caruana, and we are not surprised with that, right? So we called
Mm.
for it. So that one, despite looking equalish, Firouzja and Ding Liren might go on for quite some time. By the way, what move number is that?
It is
Like
move 31, I believe.
31. So no, yeah, obviously
There's
in this
plenty of
line,
time.
yeah, in this line you can't expect any time troubles. Yeah.
During the break, I was like kind of exploring what's going on in the games, and we've got a little development in Nakamura game against Duda.
Mm-hmm.
Mm, like, and frankly speaking, I've realized that Nakamura has been doing well, to say the least. Maybe he has even a sufficient advantage, or he had.
Yeah, let's check. There was this entertaining knight of fish structure, right, with the knight on g6.
Hmm.
There've been quite a development, right, after what? After knight
Hmm. H4,
f. Mm-hmm.
rook c6 was the move.
Rook c6. Well, just a move.
Yeah, no, it's like it's kind of useful and kind of typical. So basically, like rook c6 implies that black sort of threatening queen c8 and like preparing a battery in
Yeah,
an appropriate way. Like,
doubling on c file,
uh,
rook in front of the queen.
yeah.
Plus, yeah, plus after queen c8, your idea of going bishop d8 is valid once
Mhm.
again. Okay, so what does Naka do here? Queen f3. Okay. King
King
f7,
f7.
h5, right?
Yeah, queen c7, knight d1. Wow. That looks a bit mysterious to me.
You mean like why not? Maybe b3 knight a3 was the concern. Could this be right? Because sometimes is that yeah, like if you play
Or
b3.
even simpler knight b6 because we cannot
Knight
really move the
b6.
knight.
It's yeah. So we protect, and there is rook c8. Another yeah.
Hmm.
So that's why he preferred to move the knight
So
first.
he's
Okay, knight
preparing
d1.
b3. All right.
Knight goes, knight e3, knight d7, c4, knight c5, and he
No,
sacrifices.
knight f8
Knight
looks a bit.
f8 first. I just see the final position on the diagram, and I thought this is how it happened. Knight f8. Okay, so he wants to trade the knight.
Yeah, it's like I'm trying to realize what was wrong with knight c5.
Maybe nothing.
Like one of my first ideas was to play knight d5, and after e takes d5, take with the pawn and just pretend that we have some great compensation, but like it starts
Rook
fizzling
rook
out.
b6. Yeah, black pieces are awkwardly placed, but do we really have enough of an attack?
Yep.
No, not clear. Yeah, but that's an interesting option. That's kind of something to keep in mind, right?
Like,
Knight g4 could be
hmm
another move. I mean, once again, I'm not sure what my intentions are. Maybe to take on h6 as an
well, it
option,
could
or
be.
rookie. No, rookie one. You'll take c4 as well. It's confusing. Okay.
It's
Anyway,
confusing. So like this is the very moment when you don't know when you cannot understand what was wrong with the most natural move. And like after knight f8, we have like,
but what has happened after knight f8? He went back, right?
yeah, knight h7.
Knight h7. Hmm. and you can't really stop knight g5, it seems. Yes, so b3, knight
Hmm.
g5, queen goes, knight takes,
Like
bishop b2.
it's
Hmm.
almost the same position, but white. Like on the other hand, white have played b3 and bishop b2, which is kind of useful for them because they prepared f4. But on the other hand, their knight was on g6, and now it is on
Let's
h4.
try. Yeah, let's try to count tempi. Uh, so in the final position, the position which is now on the board,
Hmm.
the knight is back to g6. So white spent two moves on going to h4 and coming back, right?
Hmm.
Black spent two extra moves on knight f8, knight h7, and then he went knight g5 and takes. He could have gone knight e5, knight
Hmm.
c5 and takes. So maybe nobody lost any time. In fact, nobody lost any time. Maybe white would have or black would have extra options, right?
Hmm.
So that's the only. But if he would have gone knight c5 and all the moves that were made in the game would be made, nobody would gain any tempo. Yeah.
True.
So at least it's good to know. All right. So we've sacrificed the pawn as white. Do we have enough compensation? Question mark.
Yeah, valid question.
It's not easy to play for either side here, right? I mean, somehow it's optically I like the way white pieces are situated. It's just that not clear how exactly I develop the attack.
True. Somehow I believe white has a clear idea of pushing f to f4 in the very next move.
Yeah, but shall black just keep the knight on e4 so that f4 knight g3? I mean, I was a bit concerned about that. So how do I get rid of this knight on e4? Maybe I go queen e1 f3. No, queen e1. I'm dropping h5 pawn.
Hmm.
So it could be a little bit awkward, to organize this f4 move. Because
True.
yeah, I agree. Like knight c5 f4, it seems that white is very happy. Knight c5 f4, like you're opening all the files, your pieces are like flying, and it's all for one mere pawn, which nobody cares about,
Yeah,
as we all
sort
know.
of. It's not that clear how we are getting rid of the knight on e4 unless f3 is working.
Yeah, but on the other hand, what's black doing? Same thing, same question. How does black progress from here?
Like black's plan could be like the most beloved pawn, put the bishop to
You
d8.
move, put the bishop to d8. Maybe immediately, right? So that maybe queen goes all the way to f7,
And then bishop b6.
sometimes protecting the king. Yeah, and bishop to b6. Yeah, this works. I mean, like it.
Like it's one of the fewest worthy plans, to tell the truth.
Yeah. No, I mean, I really like the move. If there is no kind of tactical refutation, which
Hmm.
I'm failing short to find, um, rook. Yeah, somehow, unless we are able to do something immediately, which I don't see, all the preparation for f3 or f4 seems to be very, very,
Slow.
either very slow or very awkward. Like I
Hmm.
was thinking of king h2, defending g3 squares, but king h2, come on, under the scope of the queen on c7, somehow it feels wrong. Maybe it's the move, I don't know, but it feels wrong. Yeah, queen f7, f3. Maybe it's not that terrible.
Like, even black may even reassess their like intention, play bishop c7 further.
Bishop c7, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, it's a very complex position. Once again, knowing how good Naka is in those positions.
Yeah, but after bishop d8, yeah, let's spend some time just investigating the perspectives of
Yeah, maybe
Naka.
we can find a better move. Yeah,
Hmm.
maybe we can find a better move. Um,
Like,
trading. Well, in such situation, I mean, kind of normally when you've sacrificed something, trading should be against your religion, right? So,
Mm-hmm.
so but now that I'm looking at it, could it be that knight g4 is not that terrible? Like to go knight g4, yeah, it is a little bit sad, right? To trade this knight, a little bit sad. Because I was thinking, at least, let's say, in the variation with queen f7, I can take on f6, force you to take back with the knight. And here I am getting my beautiful f4 move. I don't know
Mm-hmm.
if it's good. Once again, I don't know if it's good. F4 and how black reacts to f4. Maybe he just take.
Well, but if black takes, then we take with the rook, probably.
Yeah, we can take with the rook. We could yeah, rook takes, for instance.
Like e5
E5, rook back, yeah, and once again, rook back somewhere. I don't know, f1 or
or f5 even.
could have gone to f5. Yeah. Uh, Once again, like everything is beautiful for white. Like light squares, arguably better bishop, blah blah, but pawn down and no immediate. It's not immediately clear what we in fact attacking. Right, the knight on g6 is nice, but what is that we are attacking? Yeah.
Yeah, we should claim that black is simply pawn up.
I'm afraid it's one of those positions where computers are very good at. Like, so in human nature, it's either to claim black is pawn up and try to convert it, and then you lose because of some attack, or the opposite, right? With white, we are rushy to prove the immediate compensation and then
Mm-hmm.
fail short to do so. And if you check those endless matches between computer programs.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's very often like it's a pawn down, nothing happens. They keep maneuvering. They keep maneuvering because neither side has clear way of breaking through or
Mm-hmm.
improving the situation, and that they would hover around with the pieces for another 50 moves.
True, true. Yeah, somehow I believe black is doing fine there.
Yeah. So white, yeah, with white, obviously, I would try to find something a little bit more convincing than
Mm-hmm.
just going knight g4, trading the knight. Yeah.
Well, rook a8, Duda takes his time, and well, I don't believe we should consider like any alternatives apart from bishop d8. Like bishop d8 and queen f7 setup looks quite natural, and I believe will be played unless Nakamura finds some like certain way how to get rid of the knight on e4 and push f2 f4. So it's like let's check out
Queen
queen
e1.
e1.
Mm-hmm. Queen e1. Technically, h5 is possible to take, right?
Yep.
Knight h5. What do we do then?
But then I have no clue. Frankly speaking, I just
Then,
blundered.
then we yeah, then we blundered the pawn.
Yep. a5
Okay,
is played for some reason.
black actually played. Yeah, black played another move, which is a5. Why a5?
Like probably like in spite of the fact that bishop d8 wasn't played, a5 probably will like uh explain us what was wrong with bishop d8. So a5, like the only reason of playing a5 was somehow b4 b5 threat.
Well, actually, yeah. I don't know about the threat being the right description, but the idea of b4, right? It actually never crossed my mind simply because you rarely have the c4 pawn protected,
Mm-hmm. True.
right? Like here you have the knight on e3. Yeah, so maybe b4 actually with the idea to push c5, maybe
Mm-hmm.
to weaken the e5 pawn. Okay, maybe that makes sense. Okay, that kind of makes sense. And especially in a line with queen f7, right? Like before queen f7, c5. Seemingly just works for white.
Yeah, now it turns out to be risky for black.
So maybe that's why a5, try to control a little bit of space on the queen side, and then yeah.
You know, somehow like this peculiar approach to like not not understand but realize the purpose of the moves. Like when a top player makes a move and you were failing to see the refutation against the other one, then like for example Duda makes a6 a5 and then realize that the main idea
Okay,
was
so before was
like
threatening,
then
right?
before consequently before was a threat.
Yeah, that's very common. Yeah, I agree. In this uh, so we all know, right? So before Alpha Zero crushed chess, like crushed every chess computer
Hmm.
or whatever, right? There was this thing, Alpha Go, right? Which was playing Go,
Uh-huh.
obviously, and yeah, and won very convincingly the match against
The Chinese player.
I don't, yeah, Lesi Gyol. I'm not sure if he's from China. Where was
Sigurd, yeah, I believe.
yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah, I mean, okay, all that I said just to remind the viewers that there is such game as Go, right? And there, as far as I understand, I'm on a very amateurish level, but your opponent's move, if let's say your opponent makes a move and you understand it's a strong move that you've missed, it means that you should have played there on a previous move. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, it's
True,
very
true, true.
often, right? So because yeah, you put stones on intersections basically, right? So that's same squares available for both players. It's very often like you think of something, you make your decision, and then your opponent puts the stone. You realize, okay, so this is where I should have gone, because now it's him who makes this move. In chess, it's a little bit different logic, but yeah, as you said, like yeah, he goes a5. That's why because b4 was threatening.
Yeah, I've got it. You know, like I'm not
That's
very
right.
familiar with Go game, but probably, if I'm not mistaken, the sense of this game is to like obtain to possess more space in
Yeah,
comparison to your
you
opponent.
surrounding your opponent's stones, you gain space and so on and so on. It's very interesting, uh once again, I only touched it like on a very amateurish level, but it's very interesting to try to play it with chess brain, so
Hmm.
to speak, because we chess players, uh I have no clue whatsoever about, say, strategic ideas, or I don't know, any positional patterns, so to speak, in Go, right?
Hmm.
So I was trying to calculate something like I go there and he goes there and I go there. But imagine it's 1919 board.
Hmm.
So you can't really calculate anything.
In fact.
I mean, you can calculate a tiny piece, and then yeah, okay, you're winning couple of stones, couple of squares there, and then it turns out that in I don't know, in 10 moves, in 15 moves, you lose half of the board, and good players can, they actually understand it, right? So that's a very interesting game, and it has to be approached, as far as I understand, it has to be approached differently than chess.
True, true.
But it's interesting, just to train your mind if you're a chess player. I mean, just to try, that's fun.
I'm I don't know a lot about Go, but like as it appears to me a very similar game in comparison to chess because it's also a game of trades and you trade some your like dead group of stones to opponent's one. And like
Yeah, that's one thing, and also there is, yeah, but that we can calculate, as far
Mhm,
as I understand it. Hopefully, no pro Go players listening to us right now, because they would laugh at me.
mhm,
But okay, that's something that is understandable. The concept of trading. Yeah, I give you this part of territory, and yeah, right. So, the easiest territory to grab is corners, right? Because you already have kind of two sides of your territory protected by the end of the board.
Hmm.
And yeah, so usually typically you start fighting for the corners, and one guy kind of wins the corner, and that's, once again, that's understandable. I can count how many, I don't know, squares I've gotten. And the other guy gets, and this is getting mysterious, the other guy in return gets influence. That's
Hmm.
what they say, influence on some central squares. And how do you measure this influence? It's the clear analog of chess compensation, where we say this is a position with compensation, and it can mean anything, right? Compensation as I have a winning attack for an exchange, compensation I should probably survive
Hmm.
being a pawn down, right? We all call it compensation.
True, true.
So that's, yeah. And perhaps the stronger you are in the game, when someone says, okay, I have influence there, you'd understand better. Same as we very often we understand or pretend to understand in chess.
Well, I find out I find myself like being less familiar than you with Go, but also just to mention that the pretty big difference between Go and chess is that Go draw is like simply
Impossible.
is an impossible result because white is the side who gives like half of a point, which names like half of Komi, and then after the game ends, so you calculate the points and mm, like the game has to end in someone's favor. So there is no draw in goes, and I think it would be quite uh, like interesting for the spectators to know about the chess players who are kind of good in Go, and like probably the first one who been mentioned in a like in numerous times was Alexander Morozevich.
Yeah, Miroshnichenko is known for, once again, I don't know how good he is, but he clearly.
Probably he has like third pro done or something like that.
Hmm.
Second or
So
third pro
that's
done. So it's kind of it's well
the
again we
it's
cannot
very
compare.
serious. Yeah.
Yeah, we cannot compare like we don't have a measurement and therefore we cannot compare it to the certain level like of um,
In
chess
terms of rating,
in
you
terms of
mean? Yeah.
rating, yeah, in terms of like excelling in chess. But I believe third pro dan is a quite a remarkable achievement for a non-professional in Go. And he even played the friendly match like with Go chess combined against Swedish Grandmaster Hiller Persson Tiger, who
Hmm.
is also fond of this like ancient, very wise game. And talking about the other like enthusiast, like my colleague, like my mate, my close friend Vladimir Fedosiev is currently having
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
first or second, like it's not like amateur done, but he never played offline tournament, but in online tournament he is like first or second done.
Yeah. So serious business there.
And just to mention my one of my former coaches, Dmitry Krakin was the Russian under 18 Go champion. Under
So,
10 or under 12, pardon me, if I'm not mistaken.
okay. So as the kid, I had no idea.
Yep.
So he played. Yeah. Well, meanwhile, we've got a move here, and it is knight g4.
Hmm.
But since black has played a5 and not bishop d8, maybe now knight g4 makes more sense. Because now at least black can't take on g4 himself. That's what I thought. Knight g4. No, I mean maybe he can. Queen g4. Yeah, knight g4, queen g4. That was my concern. But maybe just move
Like
to like g5, right, or c5. It's always a question. Like g5, I wanted it to be closer to the king, but
somehow I
who
believe
knows?
G5 looks. a bit more solid.
Yeah, looks a bit more solid, and still this eternal question, like, is after say knight g5, uh there is also the g3, you'll go e4 yourself. Yeah, so f4, for instance, e takes, and white takes with whatever he takes, the queen, the knight,
I would take with the rook.
rook as well. Yeah, rook as well. So we want to get to f8 square
Mm-hmm.
and then to checkmate this king on h8 with the rook, right?
True.
Somehow double, triple on the f file.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a full compensation to me. Once again, whatever it means,
Yeah,
we just did.
talking about the compensation.
Yeah, well, we just discussed compensation being very generalized and sometimes irrelevant term, and yet I'm using it again.
Like you can basically you can face compensation like everywhere in life. For example, if you're renting an apartment, the the apartment itself is the compensation for the money spent. Like by all means, we compensate everything in life. So life is also like a big, mm, I don't know, a big world of trades and compensation itself.
Yeah.
Funny enough.
Do you get enough bang for your buck, as our American friends would say? Yeah.
Yeah.
So here, does Hikaru have enough for the pawn? Yeah, I believe the answer is yes. Seriously, it's just that maybe there is no like really direct attack, but there is a feeling like this knight on g6. Now it's actually irritating.
Hmm.
Now that I'm thinking of it, it is irritating, and it's fairly unlikely that black will be able to spend time to go with the knight to f8 and trade it, right? So the knight is basically forever there.
True.
So this seems to be the most interesting game of those two that left, because that's the moment that we can start shouting, "Congratulations, Jan Nepomnyashchy, with winning the tournament with one round to spare. The game between Nepo and Rapport is officially a draw."
Yeah, historical moment indeed. And now, can we claim that Nepomnyashchy like wrote down his name inside of the book of chess, like of the best players for all sort of time, like winning the second Canadian tournament in a row and including himself the same list as I believe Spassky, Smyslov, and Korchnoi.
These are only three, right?
If I'm not
That
mistaken,
we,
yeah.
yeah, probably. I was actually not sure. Yeah, yeah, you're absolutely right. Of course, I've forgotten Smyslov when I was thinking, because people, younger guys, without the knowledge of chess history, that obviously they immediately said, "Ah, okay, that will be the first. That will be the first that someone wins the candidates two times in a row." And I had to explain, okay, guys, the history of candidates tournaments of matches, it doesn't start with 2013.
True.
There have been candidates tournaments before,
Just to
candidate
mention.
tournaments, candidates matches, yeah. And somehow I've forgotten about Smyslov. Yeah, the history with Smyslov is that he tried the first match against Botvinnik, and I think it was tied, right? And then he won the second. He won the next cycle. He won the second match. Spassky, I don't remember. He lose the first match again? I think he lost the first match against Petrosian. Yeah, once again won the second time,
Yeah,
won
he
the
took the
title.
revenge, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and Korchnoi, obviously 2 consecutive matches against Karpov.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of more known to a general public, right? Korchnoi, I mean, wasn't too long ago.
Well, probably let's briefly switch back to Nepomniachtchi's game against Rapport
Yeah, just to show
just to acknowledge, yeah,
historical
the last moves of the
historical
game.
last moves.
Hmm.
Yeah. So far, not the most eventful round, but yeah, we still have some hope, right? We still have some hope.
Great to see Nepomnyashchy obtain some sort of wisdom. So he, like, I can't say finally because, like, I'm not able to judge himself, but he now he's a very different player. Like,
Mm,
who can just opt for a draw and that's it. He
yeah.
goes for it. He calls it.
By the way, Daniel, can we go a few moves back, just in case, before Rook C8?
Mhm.
I know might be pointless to analyze the game that has finished, but I just thought, could it be that Black had Knight D7, not claiming that you can play for an advantage, but kind of to keep more pieces on the board?
Good question.
Knight D7, the obvious point being that yeah, you cannot take G7 because check on G5. And yeah, realistically though, you're not playing for an advantage,
Yeah,
right? You
not
just
really.
you're just playing to keep more pieces on the board, but maybe you're actually making yourself. I mean, maybe you make your position worse. Yeah. So anyway, forget about it. All right. So what we've seen was Rook C8, this full exchange on F6, and then it became apparent
Mhm.
that the draw is not too far away.
So I believe after 97, the point was that Bishop D7, D6 was a bit like
Ah, bishop
nasty,
d6 is
nasty for
awkward.
black.
Yeah, rook e8, and then you can play e5
Yep.
as well. Yeah, and this bishop will stay there
Yeah,
almost
and just
forever.
push
Yeah,
there
yeah, yeah.
and
I
etc.
agree. Yeah, so that's what I'm good at, making clever moves in order to make your position worse.
No, but like for all of a sudden, I believe 97 is not a bad move at all because after Bishop D6, somehow I've changed my mind. Like Rook E8, and still White has to show off with some precision. Like if you play E5, like according to Dorfman's methods, like Bishop B5 wouldn't
Ah,
be.
yeah, bishop b5 here you actually do have.
Mhm.
Right, right. Ah, okay, that might change things.
Like
Yeah,
probably.
because with yeah, yeah, go on.
No, go ahead.
I thought without, yeah, like with two bishops, I was afraid, right? And if these bishops are coming off, interestingly, bishop on d6, it looks nice, but if black somehow will manage to evade, this bishop, like I don't know, somehow knight c4 or knight somewhere, and then you have an a rook for a file for one rook, c file for the other. So bishop on d6 is beautiful, but it does nothing. So that's my kind of end point of my talk,
Mhm.
right? It might as well be this scenario. And also, without light square bishops, it will be much harder for white to attack the king.
True.
So yeah, maybe this was playable.
Like
Maybe
probably
this was
like
playable.
positionally speaking, the only thing was like even if Rapport, like I believe Rapport was considering 97 quite quite deeply. Therefore, I believe after bishop b5, bishop takes b5, a takes b5, like he might have disliked the position. Like after h4, obviously it was played against queen g5 with a clear plan of playing b3, king b2, rook g4, and now like even collecting all the pawns on the queen side. So yeah, bishop on
Yeah,
d6 does pretty much nothing, but still it probably has to be traded for the knight because the knight is restricted as well.
yeah. So the best you can do. The point is like the best you can do here is still like maneuver the knight somehow in
Hmm.
order to try to
Yeah,
trade the
it's like
bishop.
knight b8,
Yeah,
etc.
b8 to c6 and so on. Okay, let's see how the game finished, how the game ended.
Yeah, e takes d5, bishop takes, rook d4, f5, bishop d3, bishop c6. That was the very
Yeah,
moment we've, yep, started neglecting the attention on this game.
right. King g7, or what did he
Yeah,
do?
yeah, I'll just refresh it at once. Yeah, like king f6 was played, rook
King
h4, king
g7.
g5, g3. Wow. rook d8, rook d4. Some tic-tac-toe for the opening
Hmm.
file. Rook takes e5, and f4. Well, I'm not very concerned in e5.
Yeah, but you have to do something,
Like he
right?
cannot break through really.
He probably cannot break through anyway. Yeah, yeah.
Like could he
Yeah, so
start
if
with f6 and then e5
ah,
winner?
like f6, e5, f4. Yeah, so that perhaps we have to explain one thing. Yeah, so e5 if white doesn't have f4, and that was the move in the game. I think black starts to be optimistic about his chances, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because then you push your pawn somehow. You grab more space, more and more space on the king side, and white's pawn majority is very hard to move in those Sicilians.
Mm-hmm.
Like technically, you have 3 versus 2 on the queen side, but to get something out of it, to get to say c past pawn, it takes ages, right? So usually, if this works for black, it works beautifully. So
Mm-hmm.
there is a drawback that white has f4 move. So you offering to start with f6, right? But maybe f4 nevertheless. Then maybe f4 nevertheless. So king g6 and some sort of rook d6, pushing you kind of third and third away. King f7 though, right?
Have this one as well.
Ah, bishop d5 you have.
No, but you're not risking at all. I mean, like my rook won't be trapped ever because you have a b6 square to like some sort of bailout.
Yeah, so e5 is not happening. Uh, yeah, that's some tricky position, by the way. I mean, not very usual. The structure is quite usual for
Mhm.
for this endgame, but the way the pieces are placed is not very common.
Yeah, let's conclude it's a bit hard to push with black
Yeah,
as well.
so he went 25, the most logical move anyway. F4 takes bishop e4, bishop d1, rook d8. Bishop d1. Just offer the draw,
There's no
right?
way to progress with black. Like, mm, optically, he is trying to intrude on d3, but well, but even rook d3 doesn't have a clear sense. And after bishop c2, rook e7, bishop d1,
Yeah. So just
Nepomnyashchy
repeated
called
moves.
for his like moment of glory.
Yeah. So grats to Jan Nepomnyashchy on winning the candidates 2022 once again with one round to spare, which is quite an achievement.
Indeed.
And we are left with 2 games only. Alireza Firouzja with Ding Liren, and I'm really afraid of this game.
Hmm?
Honestly, that's one of. I mean, it has perfect perfect setup for becoming a commentator's nightmare. So opposite colored bishops with the rooks. One side is a pawn up,
Hmm.
and also very very kind of, I want to say, fighting players, right? Because some people would just look at it and say, yeah, no. Is it serious? No, no. Oof.
OMG.
I thought there was no move made, and yeah, I got a bit
Like a
scared at
bunch
some.
of moves. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah. So c5 was played, right, at some point. He started with rook b8, stopping b4, c3, c5, bishop b5, and black goes d4.
So was it Ding himself who started going all in, or simply, well, it's not like all in, but he clearly showed with his intentions to win the game playing d4 himself. And I'm a bit worried for white to like, in my humble opinion.
You mean
For
worried
Alireza,
for white?
yeah.
Hmm. Well, uh, if you think c takes, Yeah, I was looking at no, that doesn't work. I mean, I was hopeful for some scenario that I will be able to play b4, let's say. Okay, let's take on d4. Anyway, let's
Mhm.
take on d4, play b4. Yeah, a b maybe, right? Or
Mm,
you're already considering like go. Ah, well, actually, rook takes b5 might be an issue as well at some point.
probably, yeah. So that was my
Yeah,
point.
no, it's so confusing. Okay, rook b5 here even. Ah, and a4, but g pawn now, g pawn counts for something. What is this race at all? I mean,
Yeah, it looks like a bit insane, but it's
it's some
it's
sort
it's
of
it's it's
a
pretty
endgame
double-edged.
study. Yeah? It's some sort of an endgame study we are looking at.
You
Or
know,
maybe
like
maybe
maybe
there
like
is.
even king e6 can be a valid move. Like my idea was to put the bishop on d8 and b and c7 and then take on f4 and control the b8 square. Maybe I'm dreaming a lot, but
Yeah,
let's
that's
figure it out.
crazy. Yeah, but what I mean, it has the potential to develop into something crazily sharp, right?
Hmm.
So that explains why the game is still on, why the players are thinking.
Hmm.
Because despite kind of quiet start, now it is perhaps well, Naka's game is also exciting. I wanted to say this is more exciting than Naka's. No, Naka's full of pieces, but yeah, but this one is also quite interesting, of course. Um, what was uh, what was I was thinking some yeah that's the position he's still thinking. He didn't take on d4 yet. What are the alternatives? What are the alternatives?
Like probably double checking rook d1,
Ah, rook d1.
d3 is the most logical.
Yeah, d3 is the most logical, indeed.
Like maybe sacrificing the piece, but it looks a bit premature because somehow like this like rook h6 idea crossed my mind, but then I realized that bishop can move to e1 and like the whole concept is pretty much a crap.
Ah, check king c6. I'm actually looking at
And this one,
at some options to sort of building a fortress. Okay, it's not a real fortress,
yeah,
but imagine if rooks are off. I think it's just a draw, right? If you trade the rooks,
probably.
because you stand on f3 and black king cannot enter.
Yeah, no way black can break through.
Yeah, you just shuffle with the king.
Hmm.
Then it might be that this position is actually not kind of not lost for white to say the least.
Hmm.
I mean he's probably not playing for a win either. Yeah, so that's no. But interestingly, so that white simply sacrifices the bishop might still be a draw, and white should probably look for some kind of better
Yeah,
ways of
and he will play
doing the
rook
same.
d1 if he finds out this c takes d4 and b4 stuff a bit risky for white.
Will he? I mean, I'm not sure. Ali Reza sometimes he turns to. I mean, risky for white, but if there is at least a slight chance that he'll win, he might actually
It's
push
like
for it.
going against the odds.
Yeah, rook takes b5. By the way, is not forced, right?
Not really.
So he can take b4 and go d3, for instance,
Hmm.
because yeah, like go d3.
Yeah, that's the most human looking approach indeed.
And yeah, and here I wasn't sure because there is rook d4 check. Ah, no, this should again. I'm talking over myself, which is
No,
perhaps the
but
best.
yeah, but explain
Yeah,
me what's
check.
wrong with rook d4. I don't see anything
King c5 and
critical.
rook d7. Yeah, king c5 and
Well,
rook d.
the first thing that you can just kick the king out like with rook c4, or you're a bit afraid of king d5.
Yeah, I was thinking king d5 and yeah, rook d7 to you know to keep this option of sacrificing on d3 if I
Hmm.
need it. And I
And
might not need it
and
actually.
g6, g7 can be the threat as
Ah,
well.
yeah. Well, actually, let's not forget we have pawns as
Hmm.
well. Yeah, it's really complex position, this one. This might actually be double-edged in the sense that black might lose it as well.
Well, somehow I
No, but
suspect this position to be dead draw.
yeah, if you ask the computer, it's obvious it's 000 in every single line.
Yep.
Yeah. No, but seriously, if the time that we have shown on a monitor is correct, but like Firouzja is down to, it was saying 10 minutes, now it's
Rook
15,
d1.
15. Rook d1 played immediately. Okay, okay. So now, is it good or bad? Black has to play d3, which he has already done.
Hmm.
And I suspect, I suspect if white doesn't do one of two things, doesn't take on d3 or doesn't play bishop c4, he has to watch out for rook takes b5, potentially.
True. But yeah, bishop
He,
g3.
he captures, he captures on d3. Okay, so now this makes it interesting.
Like I've kind of I've had some sort of feeling like well, you've told that rook b5 is a threat, but then like I caught up on myself like what will be the next move for white, because white is also in some sort of zugzwang unless they play bishop g3
Or bishop c4, right?
or
Yeah,
bishop
I've
c4.
mentioned two moves that stop rook b5. Yeah, but what else do you do, right? You don't play rook d2.
Yeah, that's
You don't
hilarious.
play king h1. Yeah. No, but seriously, with black to move, I think black would just win by going rook b5 and then a4 and then
Yeah,
c4.
yeah, indeed. I think that was the
I
main
mean,
idea.
it looks very dangerous anyway. Looks very dangerous. So Firouzja decided to give a piece, and Dean goes for king e6, not king c6, which probably is a better move.
Yeah, like for instance, if white, for example, if they kind of freaking out with king h2, then rook b5 comes, right?
Yeah, we could actually make a triangle and just show it's the same position, but just with black to move.
Yeah, yeah, all
Yeah,
right. It will
I
be
thought
a
it's
better idea. Like rook h2, we play rook b7, king g2, rook
yeah,
b6, king h2, rook
yeah,
b8, king g2, and then we
king
take.
g2. Yeah,
Yep,
so
that would be
same
the plan.
position, but if black was to move, so basically that's our argument. If
Hmm.
black was to move, then we take on b5. Yeah,
Play
and I thought
a4.
we go a4.
True.
Presume it has to be taken, and then c4, and nothing can stop e3, e2. The question
Unless,
is,
yeah, the g.
unless there is g6, unless there is g6.
But still, like g6, we play.
We
Oh
play
no, all right.
bishop f6.
Yeah, that looks a
Okay,
bit.
but that's a mess. Yeah, that's a
It's a
mess.
mess.
Once again, I wanted to say black is winning, but it's just another mess. Now e3 is still a threat, maybe. So king f2, bishop c3.
Maybe we can lure the king to e3 somehow, like playing bishop h4, but then king e3 comes. No, that's not a good idea, indeed.
No, no, we should. Yeah, is it black? King f2, it's black to move. Yeah, maybe start with king c5, but then he might even consider protecting the pawn with rook c1. Yeah, so that's crazy.
All right, yeah, we can take on c3. Yeah, let's.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
takes on
presume.
c3, and he's running somehow. I don't
I know
know. So
b6 is not a
some
good idea, or it is. Yeah, b6,
b6,
king
king
c6.
c6, king c6. Yes, for now we kind of have enough pieces to stop all the pawns,
Yep,
right?
a5.
A5 and then bishop whatever g7, or maybe check on d4.
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
just to define
this
the
this
king
does look like winning. Yeah,
winning.
check
True.
on d4 and
This is a very
c3.
vivid example where the bishop is not like a weaker piece than a rook. Like it clearly shows off in this very position. Yeah, that's that's a
No,
bit
but that
ridiculous.
yeah, that would have been a crazy line. Right. And what has happened in the game is far less romantic, but very solid from Ali Reza. So he sacrificed the piece on d3. And can we have the actual position, or you'll have
Yeah,
to
yeah,
update it?
we have it
Ah,
on
yeah,
the
yeah.
board.
Here we are. Yeah, so king went to e6 instead of c6. Yeah, yeah, which makes sense. So you want to keep the f5 pawn protected, and then interestingly after c4, a strange looking king f7 move was made.
Is he going for?
Yeah, so that's my question. Where the king's going? Maybe he just clears the e file. Maybe that's the point, so that he'd be able to play rook e8 or
Hmm.
something. Maybe he doesn't do anything. I don't know. Maybe he accepts it. There is no way of playing for a win.
Yeah, I
I
believe it
really
should be
don't
a
know.
draw.
Because yeah, okay, you can free the bishop, quote unquote. Free the
Hmm.
bishop from h4. You can go to e1. And then where does it go? To b4? It doesn't do anything, right? And the moment you leave to b4, then the h pawn starts running. Maybe that's his point. So he wants the king to be closer there.
Hmm.
It's like an ambitious plan which probably will never materialize. So the king is closer there, maybe to defend the f5 pawn in some case. And then you go bishop e1 to b4 to a3, and then and then I don't know where it goes, but at least maybe you'll be able to get it somewhere. And
In
once again, uh-huh.
like if I would be literally marking out everything what you've said, like and going somewhere, I would like I would be drawing arrows like back and forth from B4 A3 and like back and
Yeah,
forth all the
because
time.
wait a second, maybe I need correction, because I said if rooks are off,
Hmm.
it's a draw. Is it? Imagine king being on h5. Let's just trade the rooks. I mean, for clarity's sake, not to discuss. But
Hmm.
okay, white goes rook e3, black goes rook e8. Just
Yep.
get rid of the
Just
rooks.
just re
Is it really a draw? Because at first I thought it's just a draw, but you get the king to g6, right? Okay,
Yeah,
let's
let's just sort it out. The trade the
yeah,
rooks.
takes. White can't really do anything. Yeah, so it just stands there, and we go to g6. The bishop can.
I can be sneaky playing king e3 for instance. Like
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure that
Okay, king
yeah,
goes
king
there.
g6, we play let's say king d3 or king e2. Okay, king e2 probably is a bit more
Aha, so no, but wait, but then bishop g3.
yep.
You'll follow the bishop all the time. Yeah, bishop
I play king
e1,
e3, yeah.
king e3. But what's the point? Uh,
Ah no, probably doesn't have any points at all.
yeah, like bishop c3. So my anyway, like the final picture that I had was that I'm getting the king to h5, and
Hmm.
the bishop is somehow on long diagonal.
Hmm.
If I can do this, like the queen side is probably irrelevant, right? It's very unlikely that white breaks on the queen
Hmm.
side,
No, probably
and
it's lost. I believe it's
yeah,
lost.
like king g, yeah, probably it's lost. The trick, however, is that
King e2.
nobody will allow the trade, right?
Yeah, but
Here you can go king e2,
still, like, probably
bishop
you're obliged to play
c3,
bishop
bishop
c3.
c3, bishop c3.
I know, but then it's lost. I agree.
It's probably lost.
Rook
And
d5 is on the
yeah,
board.
rook d5. Yeah, so the development is actually very interesting. Rook d5, king g6. So he decided not to take on b3, which probably would mean a draw.
Like, black probably cannot really progress after the series of checks. And like once whatsoever, we are not obliged to play rook f6. So we can
Well, we actually could play rook f6. Yeah, rook d7 is also kind of leads to repetition, right?
Mhm.
King gets back to e6, and we go rook d3. But I don't think there is something wrong with rook
No,
f6.
it's not, but it becomes double-edged a little. It's like black play king g7. We're obliged to take rook
Yeah, we
b3.
take, rook takes, and we take on c5.
Like, no,
Yeah, the
well,
king is cut. Yeah, I understand. Like we are not playing, but I think after h4 it should be like
true,
an
true. I
automatic draw
agree. I
because
tend to agree.
you'll have to take. You'll have to take, and
And
you'll
we
have to
have
give.
like almost the same position on the board. So for
But
some reason,
why
um,
why is he doing that? Pardon me.
like in comparison to the position we've just analyzed, black has like a healthy pawn in f5.
Yeah, but white's to move. Yeah, white's to move. So
So
he
they can
can
choose between those.
he can take on a5. So maybe the argument he's making that I will take a5
He
and
played rook c6 instead
played
king g7.
check. Ah, now he's gonna give lots of checks or what? No, I'm not convinced with what Alireza is doing, but I think he just reached move what it is, move 60, 40,
Mhm.
got an increment of 1 hour.
So what he's doing is he's just piling up the time.
No, but really, I'm not sure if what he has done was the best. He might still be okay. He might still be okay, but somehow it doesn't look all that convincing.
Not really, I agree, but like none of the lines would really affect the result, so it's probably a draw. Like as you said, zeros in in numerous lines.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem is like even though he lost some time, he can always go back to attack the f5 pawn,
Hmm.
right? And if you drop f5, then perhaps white pawns are just way too dangerous not to pay attention at all. And if you pay enough attention, that the last pawn is gone. Yeah, so it will end up being like very likely rook and bishop against rook, couple of pawns, and
Hmm.
yeah. So assuming that Alireza knows how to make a draw with rook against rook and bishop, it should be a draw. But being in Ding's shoes, I would actually try. I would actually try. I mean, if this happens on the board, of
He will
course,
for
yeah.
sure.
If rook and bishop versus rook happens, I would try. I mean, maybe not really serious, but would play a few moves.
I have a very interesting and kind of cunning question. Would you try rook and knight against the 2800 player against the rook, obviously?
I well, I would no rook and knight. I think I would simply play against well, not anybody, but yeah. I
Like
mean, I can
especially against
imagine.
2800 players, because like I assume you would try it against the lower rated because you don't want to lose rating like effortlessly.
Yeah, but of course, I would know I would never win. But imagine the enjoyment. So the guy, the 2800 player, has to sit in front of you and suffer for as long as you want him to.
So you like torturing people.
Torturing people, yeah, that's exactly. No, but seriously, I don't know. There is certainly some limit when you just understand. Yeah, probably rook and knight. Yeah, well, it depends.
Because I recall the game between Sarana and Carlsen in 2019 Isle of Man tournament, and I believe Sarana made maybe one or two single moves when they transposed rook and knight against the rook, and they've agreed on draw. So he didn't even try against Magnus. That's why
Yeah,
I'm curious about.
yeah, against Magnus. But what I can tell you for sure, Magnus against me, not only he would try, but he would win a couple out of 10 games. If we reverse the situation,
Yep.
simply of a Magnus effect. It's not that I don't know how to make a draw against with rook against rook and knight. Yeah, it's just that somehow he wins those quote unquote drawish positions way too often for for this to be just a coincidence, So,
Yep.
speaking of, it's another draw. Man, we are left with Naka and Duda. Yeah, Firouzja gave another couple of checks, and Dean accepted that he doesn't want to try. Maybe there was no way to try. It's yet
True.
another draw.
Okay,
Maybe
we're
we are,
moving on to the last remaining game
yeah.
for all of a sudden.
Nakamura and Duda. Well, at least here we have a board full of pieces.
Hmm.
At least here we have a board full of pieces, and Naka, he was looking at absolutely different part of the board, it seems. So the king is untouched, right? Instead, he focused himself against against the d6 pawn.
I believe he's been distracted with Nepomnyashchy positive result in terms of winning the tournament against Rapport. And
Yeah, could be.
I assume they're like I may imagine Nakamura's face to like to be like a wallpaper for new memes. His facial expression.
Ah, yeah. So I mean, like he's, yeah, okay, what to do now? Stuff that I'm doing no longer makes any
Yep.
sense. Yeah.
Back to
Uh,
streaming as soon as possible.
right. Realistically, though, what happens? So I almost asked who is to move, but it's so clear. I mean, if White would be to move, he would take d6, b5, so on. Yeah. So Black to move, and then the big question is: do we play b4, or there is? I'm not sure if there is any other move, to be honest.
Well,
bc4, yeah.
the good thing for bishop e3 that it almost forces black, at least in terms of like human beings, to play b4. So it's like
Hmm.
a very conscious attempt to release, like to ease the pressure on c4 pawn and retreat to b2 or c1 either. And well, bishop a3 looks quite crafty, so I assume it was a very. But
Yeah, there is.
wow,
There
d5,
is another move, says Jan-Krzystof Duda.
OMG.
There is another move, guys. That's what he's saying. d5. I don't trust it. I think it's a bad move. I
Well, yeah,
don't have,
let's check it out.
don't have the explanation, but just by the gut feeling, I don't think
Hmm.
it must have been connected with some tactical stuff. Like you don't just go d5 in order to give the d pawn away and then continue like nothing happened, right? And I don't believe it. I don't know. d5. So what's his idea? Is
Like
it some
c takes
sort of,
d5, like is the first thing that comes to, I believe,
yeah,
everyone's
rook
mind.
rook c2 or what?
Yeah, like rook c2, and I'm puzzled whether we should include d6 at once or we should keep the tension on d5.
I mean,
For some
it's
reason, I would even consider d takes e6.
DE, yeah, that's it. But that's what why I'm keeping silent. That's why I'm keeping silent.
But
No,
there is
I
there
mean
is
it's
no need
it's
to keep silence.
no, probably that's way too much. But yeah. No, but whenever you see this,
Yeah, true.
this build up around the Black King, the knight on
Hmm.
g6, and you realize that the moment you get something heavy to the last rank, like rook d8, it's
Yeah,
immediately a checkmate,
unfortunately,
right?
true.
Yeah.
Like, but then if we start
Yeah.
right away with queen g4 or queen f3,
Yeah.
let's.
Honestly, Dana, d6, I'm not a big fan of because, yes, it is a far advanced pass pawn, but kind of both rooks are just useless, right? Unless you'll provide me with a very good reason to go d6, like queen, even queen c. There is a check on
Yeah, there
e7.
is
Yeah,
on
okay,
e7.
potential for a check on e7. Yeah,
Hmm.
then I take my words back. Then d6 is also a viable option. d6 takes e2, loses to cd7, right? dc7, and then rook d8.
So after d6, what should we do with
What a
black?
what a mess.
It feels like I mean terrible. It looks terrible for black.
No, honestly, my big plan would include like going queen c6, and when you move the queen away,
There's b4.
to go b4,
Yep,
right?
true.
But there is also knight e5. What bothers me?
Yep,
You
I'm
can also take on e5.
probably.
Yeah, you can take e5 now. Again, rook takes e2, knight c6. It looks terribly bad, right? Unless you're no, I
Now
don't
there's
see it.
bishop
Before
c1 also
even
nice.
bishop c1, yeah,
Hmm.
even bishop c1. Rook c2 is played. Now we are about to find out
Yep,
what's happening there.
like following my favorite approach.
Yeah, rook c2. But I'm also tempted to go like move the queen to keep the d file, the possibility of opening the d file.
Like
f3,
queen
for
f3
instance.
probably.
Yeah, f3. What's he's planning to do now? b4 traps the bishop. Okay. But then we take on e6 and win. Or not. I mean, we take on e6. I'm just not sure about winning part.
But yeah, but I would
Okay.
prefer white to play.
Knight f6 here. And
Like some
then...
rook g7 intrusion, I don't know.
Oof.
Looks nasty.
Yeah, we are getting very close to something bad
Oh,
to happen
gee,
to
maybe
black.
there is, I don't know, like knight d7, rook d7.
And knight d7, queen
Ah,
f7
queen
is a
f7 is winning.
checkmate,
True,
right?
true.
Yeah, queen f7 is a checkmate.
Hmm.
I mean,
Well, it's just a victory.
it will be a checkmate. Yeah, we'll take the rook on e8 and it will be a checkmate.
Hmm.
Hmm. So
Rook c2 and yeah,
rook c2 is played. So options are queen f3. There is also d6,
queen g4.
queen g4. Yeah, queen g4 maybe runs into knight
True.
f6 with the tempo. Yeah, so maybe that's why.
Should not be considered
Mm-hmm.
all. I agree.
Yeah, but queen f3 looks nice. Queen f3 looks nice, and also let's see what Naka comes up with, because sometimes he's able to find like really unexpected moves.
Like once again,
And
after queen f3, we've been considering only like
only good moves.
b4.
That's what we do.
Yep,
We
as
only consider good
as
moves.
usual.
Maybe knight f6 is an alternative, to be honest. But it's no diff. No, it is different, right? If you take e6, I'll play e4. That's okay. That's the big point, kind
Mhm.
of. I don't know if it changes anything, but yeah. But at least I found the kind of a big point of going knight f6 before pushing the b pawn.
You know, like somehow probably I've got the idea. Maybe the idea is to play e4 first. I mean, at
e4
once.
first.
It's like after queen e4, knight f6. Somehow it looks like white's rooks are stuck to on d file because if queen f3, we can also consider taking with the pawn.
Yeah. Now you take with the pawn. Now for a change, I like it. Yeah. Now for a change, I like it. But do
Still
we
like a
believe
rook,
in all that?
like rook
Yeah, rook
d5.
d5 is very tempting.
Yeah, but probably it still runs to queen f7 simply, and there is no threats at all.
There's no
Yeah, black is rock
threats.
solid.
Yeah, now this knight on g6 does nothing. Yeah,
Hmm.
I agree. So okay, Queen f3 and
Try out.
Bishop d6. I told you he will find something else. He goes Bishop
Wow.
d6, not d6 with the pawn.
Funny enough, this was somehow a bit out of our vision. Bishop d6 first.
Yeah, with Bishop d6. So now, if this is something I don't get. If Rook takes
Yeah, so like the
on
most stubborn line. Rook e2, bishop
Bishop takes and take
c7.
on d5. Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, might be some e4 inclusions, but we are not interested yet. Okay, take on d5, rook d5, I assume. Knight f6.
Ah, sorry, yeah, like rook
No,
knight f6, obviously.
the knight's still hanging. Yeah, knight f6. Because a2 is not a bad pawn, but also h5 is very important pawn.
Hmm.
And all of a sudden, my king will be safe, right?
Yep.
Hmm.
Yeah, just destroying the potential mating net. Maybe knight h5 is kind of wise to play it at once.
But what's the material?
Like,
Ah, white's gonna be
yeah,
up a
we're level up.
pawn this way. No, but a5's rook
Ah,
a5. The
rook
white's gonna
a5,
be
pardon me.
up a pawn, right? Well, actually, maybe he just taken a very practical decision. I don't know if this is what's happening. Maybe you have to take on a2. Maybe my knight h5 is silly. Maybe you have to take on a2, hoping secretly that knight h5 will happen next move. But yeah, but still feels like white at the very least will have a better position.
Hmm. Or
Yeah,
or
like
still
take
draw it.
e5, take a5. Yeah.
It's like,
So
what do we start first?
all right. So do that thinking after bishop d6. I don't really think he has alternatives, but who knows? Queen c8 as an alternative to. Yeah, after bishop d6, I mean, he's
Hmm.
still thinking. That's the only one, right?
Quite
So
a manageable one.
you either take on e2 or you move queen c8. But then, maybe there is still nothing special.
Still nothing special, I believe.
Yeah, strangely, this knight f6 jump. This knight f6 jump is well, maybe in this case. Can I? Because I was, in those previous lines, we were looking for something active, simply because the bishop on a3 was in danger, right?
Hmm.
So it was always this reoccurring b5 b4 thing. So now, since bishop d6 is free, maybe you can, bishop d6, queen c8. Maybe you can make like a move which would not run under a tempo, like queen. Nah,
e1
that's
or
silly.
what?
Yeah, I would think Queen E1. Yeah, but still E4. E4 is what irritates me the most. Like E4, Queen E4, Knight F6. We are back to where we were.
Yeah, back to the basics.
Hmm. And as much as I want to come up with some sort of a no, well, here,
Yeah, but
yeah,
then you're
Knight
about to take with the
B5.
knight.
You have to take with the Knight, which isn't too bad, I guess.
It's not at all. Well, somehow I believe white has to be fine still. Like, despite the fact that black having all good minor pieces, some sort of activity, the rook on c2. White has a slightly better pawn structure, maybe slightly better king yet.
Okay, there is one line which might be relevant. No, no, it's not. I thought like take on d5
Hmm.
twice
With the queen.
with the queen, yeah, and there is queen e6, and I thought the line that might be relevant is that after rook e1,
Hmm.
there is no checkmate,
Yeah,
right?
unfortunately.
You can take and go to f7, but it
Otherwise, it would
fails.
be an evergreen game.
No, not really, because it fails also to rook c1.
Oh
That
gosh.
upset me upset me a little. I mean, it's too many pins, yeah, but rook
Yeah,
c1 and
rook
also
c1,
it's
such a
just that
cultural one.
game over. Yeah. So
Maybe we can find a less artful approach, to say the least. Like after queen c8, it's like I don't. Yeah, queen f3 as we figured out, will run to into a e4 probably.
E4, right? Queen E4,
Hmm.
knight F6. Okay, maybe to look for a move here.
Hmm.
Maybe to look for a move here. Like Queen F3 is an obvious choice, but maybe here we can try to be smart. Like Queen E1, you take, I take A5. This is the moment where I'm getting checkmated, probably, right? Like I
Fine.
thought Queen E1, E takes no, E takes D5. There is this check on E7,
Hmm.
right? There is always this check on E7. So I'll force,
Take
white
with the knight.
forces black to take with the knight this way.
Hmm.
Yeah, and maybe try to take the pawn. I don't know. Queen
Yeah, fair
A5.
point.
So this way, white's pawn up, better pawn structure. If there is a right moment, I mean, if this is the right moment to talk about pawn structures because everything is so messed up.
True.
But white, yeah, white has, maybe white is just much better. I don't know.
Mm,
Queen
somehow, yeah.
C,
Queen
yeah,
c6,
some
yeah.
Queen C6, yeah. It's probably never ending. This tactical madness. Yeah, 93, does 93 work?
Wow, looks cute.
93 threatens the checkmate on G2. F pawn cannot take, but
So I would like
there
to
is
take with
there
the
is
rook.
no guarantee. Yeah, because you can take with the rook, bishop takes, and then play some move. I don't know, knight E5 maybe.
Or this one.
Ah, Queen D8 is cute. Ah, well, you're actually threatening knight E7
Yep,
because
yep, that
I've
was my
spotted,
idea.
I've spotted Queen D8, but I thought, okay, it's cute, but it doesn't threaten anything. But it threatens knight E7. Yeah.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Still, I'm not convinced that this is a good move.
Yeah, I
Like
think
even bishop g5 is
Bishop
possible.
G5. Yeah,
Like
Bishop
calms
G5 is.
calms me down. Like
Yeah, but
my
the
inspiration.
move itself,
It's cute,
the
yeah.
move itself was funny. Yeah. Okay. So my favorite question during the stream: what move number is that? Because yeah, to remind people at home, I don't know if we were supposed to do it at the very beginning.
Hmm.
The time control is a little bit tricky in this tournament, right? So they are not getting increment until the very late stage of the game, right? So they're getting more time. They're getting 2 hours each to reach move 40, but some people they're just not used to play without increment.
Hmm. Yeah, so young Krzysztof Duda has to make four more moves in order to
Ah,
be
four
in
more
time
moves only.
to pass
Yeah.
the stage one. So, but yeah, I mean, I can't say that Duda and Nakamura have proven us wrong, but they opted for a very,
For the end game,
for a
right?
very secure continuation. Yeah, just an endgame.
Yeah, but I think we actually made a lot of mistakes, or rather, I forced you to make a lot of mistakes here in this line with ED5 and so on. Because now I'm looking at it, E4 still can be played, right?
True.
Or at least we have to try to play E4. So it will make things different. So it's a lot of options. I mean, it's not like this one straightforward line where white was better at the very end. Yeah,
Yeah,
E4.
E4 straight away would be a very, like the first thing that comes to my mind.
But I'm still not convinced it's possible, right? Because you take e6.
Oh
Oh, I
my.
mean, to try to refute, yeah, take e6, e d3, e
Oh,
d7,
that's the
yeah,
important thing. We have rookie one.
and you have a check, yes, and I stopped here. But what about king h2?
Haha.
And I'm
The
not
madness
sure.
goes on.
Yes, absolutely, and no, I'm really I don't know. I don't know.
Wow,
Maybe white's just winning.
that's huge.
Maybe white's just winning because after d2, I mean, initially I thought like, okay, d2 is there, but then you take the rook on e8 and you have a 4, and you just win. You're a
Yeah,
piece
King
up.
H2 is a low
Yeah, king
blow.
h2. King h2 is the move, and strangely, it is possible. Maybe not for such players, but like I can imagine myself kind of missing it from afar. So you enter the entire line and you think, okay, uh, here he can't really go because there is a check on e1. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, that can be easily out of the vision, but
Uh-huh. So that means what? That mean what? E4 takes only 6, but maybe yeah, okay. He makes a move, and once again, the moves that we the move that we didn't really consider, and quite possibly a very strong move. Knight to c5.
he has a
Also
little
move with the
shortage of time,
tempo.
so he has to make like a, a better moves in terms of like quality slash time. So knight c5 is quite solid, and like e4 can be good or it can easily turn out badly
Yeah,
for black.
might be lost,
Yeah,
right? I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. So that's kind of keeping the ratio of moves being good enough also
Hmm.
to achieve the time control. D6 is something that I want to immediately kind of ask what happens after D6, but apart from him being able to take on D3, I'm also thinking he might as well go back, right?
Hmm.
And then all of a sudden, once again, you have two rooks doing practically nothing on the D
So it's
file.
like it's not clear whether white has achieved something
Improved, yeah.
to. Yep.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like two tempi given to white, basically, right? So you've played D6, and your opponent says, okay, you made such a terrible move, so you're allowed to move again.
Yeah, but because at the first glance, G5, G6 looks like driving a nail in the tomb. I mean, like with this sort of pawn on D6, like black seem to be barely holding, but white doesn't really have an active play. But the A2 pawn is hanging, E4 is a possible line, and well, somehow I would still pick white, but I can't really
Yeah, I
explain you why.
think so. I think so. I think white still has to be able to break through. But that's an important question, in fact, if d6 is good or not. And the other option after d6 is actually to try to take on d3, I'm thinking. To take on d3, you'll go d7, right?
Hmm.
Probably. I mean, you're actually not in a hurry to go this. Is this too bad? Like rook, even rook d8, whatever.
No, but
Rook
aren't
d8.
we?
Yeah,
Oh,
takes
well.
on d8. I mean, look, the rook's protected, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah, it's
it's not like
protected.
I'm
Yet it's
some
protected.
material down. And strangely, the knight on g6, which was very efficient, is it that good anymore? No, yeah. Well, I don't believe it. I think white's still winning. Yeah, you
Hmm.
take, you take, yeah, take d3 first, then take d8. Yeah, white should be winning. But yeah, just to
Yeah, true.
illustrate how many options there are. Just to
Like after
illustrate how many options.
d6, maybe Duda has planned anything else apart from knight d7.
Hmm. Yeah, knight d7 is a bit depressing. Knight d3 quite possibly loses, but what else can it be?
Yeah,
Because d7, yeah, d7 white wants to play anyway, right?
like luring the pawn to play d5, d6 looks a bit controversial, but who knows? Maybe it can turn out um, fine for black. Like d6, knight e7, and I think we've just like
Yeah, I
popped.
think knight d7 is the move, and then white has to look for basically for the way to get there with the rooks. I think if you get the rook, it is played. Yeah, d6, knight d7.
Like a4 or rook c3 or rook f3 are
Yeah,
three
I was thinking like, yeah,
central
like
options.
rook along the third rank, or yeah. The problem with rook c3, you still have to move the bishop, and rook c3, rook a2. There is no square to move this stupid bishop, right?
Like I'll try to surround the bishop from rook
Rook
c8.
c6, a6, a7.
Yeah, it looks
It's interesting. It's a long plan, but what black has, it's also a question, right?
like a4
Rook
straightforward.
Rook a8. No, maybe rook a8. Rook on e8 is not doing all that much, right? Or rook
Oh,
a, yeah, rook a8 to stop you from going rook a6,
no, but
maybe.
then I have bishop b6.
Bishop b6, yeah, and bishop comes back.
Yeah, now it becomes
Yeah,
nasty.
No, this is terrible. Yeah, I agree. This is terrible. Bishop e3, and then rook gets to c7. The
Hmm.
moment you get the rook to c7, yeah, that's very bad.
Like quite a peculiar line, like bishop e3. Yeah, let's claim black is obliged to take on e3, while they're not really like
Mm-hmm.
they
Bishop
shouldn't
takes, pawn
they
takes.
shouldn't silently obey White's proposal. Just take a3. We play rook c7, rook d8, and then we play rook f1, and then the mating net
Is
appears
there?
to be
Yeah.
is there, unless like knight f6 is the move. So yeah, just
Yeah, well, actually, yeah.
I wanted to show off the intentions, like the whole concept of White's play, the
Yeah,
plan.
rook d7, rook check on the last rank, and
Yeah,
then yeah, but you shouldn't have gone rook f1. I think
c1
rook
maybe.
c1 does the same job, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it also helps in case of knight f6.
True.
It also helps in case of knight f6. Well, let's show it till the end. Rook d2, rook takes d7, and that's it.
Yeah, and the
All
game is
right,
over.
rook d7, and check on the last rank and checkmate. Wait. So, what does it make for the tournament? Wait, so what do we have now? Naka, if he wins, he's clear second.
He's clear second, and he's a clear like contender to for championship match, according to Carlsen's statement.
Well, it was a long time ago, the statement, right? So he might have, I mean, he's free to say, because I don't know, people tend to discuss it way too serious, I'm guessing. It wasn't ever the official statement, right? He said it's in some interview, and then people just picked it up and spread it all over the world. So, like, Carlsen retires, Carlsen's not playing World Championship match. So he will decide not to play the World Championship match when he'll get the contract and he will return it not signed.
Hmm.
I believe that that's the kind of legal or whatever the legal procedure is for this, right?
Like on the
So
same side, we shouldn't neglect Carlsen's influence on the chess world. So
yeah, absolutely. I understand you kind of saying about what's called the reputational damage. So
hmm
he said he won't play, and then all of a sudden he changes his mind. Yeah,
hmm
but once again, let's be clear: it wasn't explicitly stated as, I will never ever compete with anyone except for Ali Reza. I don't think it was ever a statement like that. Yes.
somehow it turned out that we
Anyway,
failed to look at the most logical move after 97 is bishop
bishop takes
a5.
a5.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good move. Take the pawn. Rook
And
e2, bishop b4, and what we were trying to achieve with different measures. Yeah, this way is achieved much easier because rook c3, rook
like
c7 is a threat, right? I guess.
I have some doubts whether this position is simply winning for white. Well, not simply is probably a bit loud word for it, but like technically speaking, it's a winning position for white.
I won't be surprised at all. It's equal material.
Hmm.
The d pawn is really a monster, plus king threats, right?
Hmm.
Anyway, so let's break Black's defensive task in two parts. Can we, part one, can we stop uh, White's rook appearance on the c7 square or on the seventh rank? And part two, can we survive it? And to part two, I mean, if the rook is already on the seventh rank. Part two, I believe the answer is no. If we imagine the rook on c7, I don't think so. So well, somehow stopping rook c3 right now. Maybe rook c2 works strangely, but then the other rook comes, right? Rook c2, then we have rook a1. and the rook is going to snuck in from the a file.
Yeah, the rooks are swinging from white one way to another.
Yeah, no, but that's a nice illustration, right? Rook c8 instead of rook c2. That was my first intention, but then I think knight 97 works. If unless I'm missing
No,
something, yeah.
no,
But
definitely.
97,
It just
you
feels
have
right.
to take pawn takes and rook d8 next move.
Hmm.
So that's
Yeah, that's
once
pretty much
again.
over.
Does he ever move at all after that? Well, he'll probably come up with something. Duda is an inventive player, and yeah, probably he will come up with something. But yeah, but
Yeah, let's figure it out. Bishop b4. Um, well, he has to show up with some like active play, like e4.
e4, rook c3.
Like bishop d2 is probably not a move.
Yeah, but d2, I was thinking,
Even
and
rook
rook
c7
c7. Yeah,
the
bishop
simplest one.
b4, rook d7. I think
Then like bishop c5 is the only way to.
looks bad, right?
Yep. Yeah, I have the same sort of feeling, but I'm just trying just let's just check it out. Bishop c5. Like bishop f2 e3 is a threat mm,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
we should
agreed.
play.
Yeah, white shouldn't kind of totally relax.
Hmm.
Ooh, yes, yes,
It's like
yes, yes.
rook e7 looks the most
Yeah, rook e7 doesn't
forcing.
look bad. Yeah,
But then like rook g8 comes and g7 is not really a threat.
d7 is not yet there,
So
right?
you take first there, then we probably take with the bishop.
Takes on
And
f2,
then the
king
question is where the king goes.
somewhere, h2.
H2, right. Then we
Yeah,
play e3, I
e3,
suppose. Then you play d7. And then there is king f7.
king f7,
Check.
right?
King f6. Rook e8. No, but there is rook g6. We have to.
Now wait a second.
It's a mate.
We had instead of a check on e7, yeah, we could have started with rook d6. I think
True. But this is
maybe it was.
it is the fourth mate as
It
well.
is a checkmate, yeah. So king f
Yeah,
whatever
yeah, like rook
g5
e5.
f5 rook e5. Ah,
That's a mate.
that's the one that you were taught at the beginning, right? You go to a Soviet chess or whatever chess club, and they say you have two rooks. You have to make checkmate the bear king. Yeah,
Yep.
that's basically the linear checkmate,
Mm-hmm.
right? And yeah, for some reason I failed to spot it. Yeah, nice, nice.
Yeah,
And
that's
Duda
cunning.
move 30. What does it say? Move 39, right? So that's the last move before the time control. Bishop d8. Ah, okay. That makes a lot of sense. So bishop is going to b6,
Mm-hmm.
where it guards c7 and also attacks f2.
A very
Can
valid
I
approach.
can I go rook c3 or wherever I was going and still play rook c7? I actually think I know how Naka's going to play here. There's absolutely no reason to be like, there is no additional points for winning in style or winning in the next five moves and so on. You can play rook d2, I'm
A
guessing.
rook d2, you mean?
You can play this as
I
well.
want
Yeah,
to
you're
combine the
right.
threats, so I want to play rook c1 after bishop b6.
A rook f3,
Yeah,
right?
like kind of,
But
yeah, combining the threats. But I have to be worried about e4, rook f4, and e3.
e4, rook f4, e3.
And
Yeah.
now it becomes not even double-edged, but a bit risky for white.
No, well, the thing is, you said combine the threads, but what which I agreed at first, like yeah, I really like the idea of like putting both rooks on the open side. But what are the threats we are combining? Actually, what we
Well,
are threatening if he says pass, what are we
good
threatening?
questions. That's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, I thought since we went rook c1, maybe try rook
Yeah, yeah,
c7.
yeah. Somehow I convinced myself that rook c1 creates some sort of rook c7 threat, and then if the knight goes from d7, then probably will play rook f8 at some moment.
Mhm.
No, but I'm dreaming too much, so I have to
No, but here, yeah,
calm
here,
down.
like rook c1, bishop b6, rook c7. Can this be right? Because I don't think we care too much about f2 pawn. Maybe
Unless
we
black can
do.
take with a rook.
Unless you take with the rook and then guard it with rook f7. No, okay, king goes. Don't know, h2.
Like the
Have
fun
have
fact
no
that we can
choice.
include. I know, not really. Like 97 is a bit senseless. Uh, True. King h2.
Yeah, king h2, not to run into any kind of discovered checks.
Like that move
Rook f7,
may fail to 97.
97. Wait, 97 you take, right?
No, but it's
Ah, it's
still
still lost. It's
still
still
bad position.
lost.
Maybe not lost,
Yeah,
but bad.
bishop c7, rook d7,
Yeah, that's
bishop
not.
b6.
You
Lost?
know,
Is it lost,
like
right?
bishop e3, bishop g5,
Who
bishop
knows? Yeah,
e7.
there is king f7 that I tend to forget. Yeah, so this e7, the pawn is on e7, but to force it to one square further will be a hard
Mhm.
task, right?
Like most likely, it is an advantage for white, but we don't know how
Yeah,
much.
probably it's an advantage for white, but yeah, but there should be a better solution. I feel like there should be something. There should be something. Naka has like 10 minutes to find it.
Yeah. Therefore, maybe it's a good time to make a little intermission. I don't know which word is like describes it better, because intermission is the word like between, like it's a little pause between the periods in hockey, basketball, and etc. Like, but if
Between, yeah, they call it intermittent fasting. Yeah, also, so that's a little pause between breakfast and lunch, a
well,
very tiny pause. Yeah,
something
no,
new
but
to me.
seriously,
Yeah, I didn't know.
seriously, what do we do? Is it move 40 already being completed or not? I mean,
No, no,
that's what
no.
worries me.
Bishop g8 and Nakamura has 8 minutes, 8 more minutes to make
Let's
a
move
move.
13-9.
Yep. And a couple of moves have to be made.
Yeah, but then maybe let's wait for, that's our last remaining game.
Hmm.
If there is like no physical necessity to make a break right now,
No, no,
that's
no,
our
no, no,
last.
no.
That's a last remaining game, and I believe we will be stuck with this game for quite a while.
Rook
So
c3 is played.
yeah, option B, he's going to win it quickly, but then okay, we don't mind that either, right? That it means we will witness the end of the game being on air, or Duda will make his last move before the time control. Yeah, Naka, by the way, it was his last move, right?
Hmm.
Uh, Duda's on seconds. Yeah, bishop b6,
Probably
I
he's
guess.
trying to trick Duda, because Duda kind of made a pre move playing bishop b6 because he's a bit lack of time, and bishop b6 is played. And I'm curious whether Nakamura has found a way how to like work out this pre move, like find a
Aha,
threat against it.
yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, sometimes, like bishop g5 to d8 was such an obvious indication. Yeah, I want to play bishop b6 next
Hmm.
move. And when your opponent is in a time trouble, sometimes, yeah, it's. I would not say it's a good method, but it's sometimes a gamble worth
Hmm.
considering, right?
True,
So I
true.
will play a move which is not so bad, but maybe not the best move in the position. But good thing about this move is that if he goes, like in this case, bishop b6, if he plays the move that he certainly planned to play, then I'll win immediately, right? So it's a bit of a gamble, but it might pay out. I don't think it was the case. Anyway, with official FIDE candidates time control being that lente, that slow, I believe we will stay with this game for quite some time, right?
Yep.
So I think we're allowed to take some break. I think play is taking some break as well after the time control, usually tea, coffee, other stuff. Okay, only one game left. Reminder: three other games were mm, Won't say absolutely uneventful, but draws. So here's our only hope for a result. Stay tuned. All right, so we are back. It's round 13. No big changes. Couple of moves made in the last remaining game.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, yeah, for those who might have joined us just recently, three other games finished in a draw. And yeah, here Hikaru Nakamura, we believe, has some advantage against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. It's just not clear how big the advantage is. Last move is interesting.
Like, is
King
it
to h
real?
King h7 played after quite some thought. I believe the what the clock says it's not real. Duda cannot be with 4 seconds
Yeah, it's
left.
super strange.
But yeah, the move might be real. So after rook c3, bishop b6 was played. That was the move that we were discussing. And I think it's a clever decision to start with king h2 because if I remember correctly, to both captures on f2, if was it bishop f2, was it rook f2, we were answering king h2. So might as
Okay.
well go king h2 first. Yeah, and if say rook f2, I was thinking during the break that maybe rook c1 is the idea, and then try to get to c8, not
Oh,
c7.
wow, that's clever indeed. And now, like, black's rook on a f2 is not in time to protect the eighth rank, the back rank.
Yeah, maybe rook a2 you still can, right? Rook a2 and rook a8, but who knows? There is also rook c7 in this case, like sacrifice and
True.
exchange take with the rook on c7. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks scary.
Yeah, well, a lot of options. Anyway, Dooley decided to go king h7, which is, well,
But it looks like way too suspicious, to say the least.
yeah, kind of feels like a relaxed move. Like nothing is threatening. Yeah, I can make a safe move.
Because, like,
What's he?
obviously the exchange of king h2, king h7 is in white's favor, because
Yeah,
now knight
there's
f8 comes with a check. The king is getting even further from the center in terms of protecting the push of d pawn. So, like, king h7 is some. It reminded me, like, like those crazy nights when you play not online but real life blitz, and you're like out of time. It's like 1 second on the clock, and you make just the most like
the random
convenient
move. Yeah,
move in terms of like making like king g1 to h1 like that.
yeah. Um. So two major thoughts. Rook c7. Okay. He has bishop d4. In fact, right? I know what bishop. Never mind. Yeah, I thought rook c7, he will take
Mhm.
on c7, and then he will play bishop d4, block the d file, but with the same bishop. That's the problem. This is how I calculate lines nowadays.
Yeah, but like practically it could be if, let's say, e pawn being promoted to a bishop on e1, and then black would have a pair of dark square bishop.
Yeah. Okay, but since this is impossible, yeah, rook c7, rook d8 loses precisely because of the line we've
Yep.
mentioned. There is a check on f8. Moving the knight also, it's hard to believe will work. So rook c7 perhaps forces black to take.
For some reason, f3 was played.
F3, yeah, that was my second idea. Like, let's just play f3 and see what black has to do, right? I mean,
Maybe
is there any move?
he was a bit afraid of like take. Like, I feel that king h7 was only made like with the idea of avoiding c7, c8, knight e7 check. Like, therefore, I would like try out knight f6, rook d8, rook a8.
Rook d8, rook a. But then I take on a8, go knight e7, right? And it's
Like knight
no,
d5.
knight d5. This is the
Yeah, that's
problem.
insane.
This is the problem. Knight e5, and yeah, and you can't do much. The bishop on b4 is hanging.
Hmm.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, but f3 on the other hand, what can be better than f3 move? So you keep material balance.
Hmm.
And I don't know if black has any viable moves here Like moving the bishop would allow rook c7, unless you go to d8, right?
Hmm.
Rook c7, which we presume wins. I mean, should be actually no. Even this is not clear, right? d7, rook d8, and I cannot see. No,
No, there is bishop e7.
same fork. Yeah, bishop e7, and when he takes on d7, it's the same fork from f8.
Hmm.
This is how white wins in this line.
True.
Okay, so bishop is not moving. Knight, if you bishop. I mean bishop from b6 is not moving. If you move the knight, then knight e5 should be good enough, right?
Hmm.
Knight f6, just knight e5 or d7, knight e5. Actually, this is
Yeah, it should be game over. Like knight h5, d7. Like basically on g2, it will be like like a single check. Black is not trading checkmate, so we can
You
easily
mean like
run.
if he finds time to play knight
Yeah, yeah,
f4,
yeah.
for
We
instance?
just
Yeah.
we
King
just
will
pay
be
zero
very safe
attention
on
to it.
h1.
Hmm.
Yeah, king be very safe on h1.
Rook a7 is played
Rook
already.
a7 is played already. Okay, that makes sense. f3, yeah, king h7, f3, rook a7. But then maybe it's a time to go rook c1 and try to get to the last rank.
Hmm.
Or
Fair
yeah,
point. Absolutely. And now the back rank issue may turn out into a nightmare for black because with the king on h7, it will never be. I mean, like
yeah.
black.
It's always a checkmate, right?
Yeah, yeah,
It's
it's
kind of
always a
always.
checkmate for sure.
So this,
Like,
and there is also, thanks to f3, there is also g4. Like for
hmm,
instance, after knight f6, you probably win in different ways, but one of them could be just go g4 and preserve the pawn on h5,
true.
right? And then do all the plans you wanted to do, like go rook c8 or knight takes e5, but with this side of the board being
Yeah,
still
that's a very
solid.
pleasant position for white. Like rook gc1 looks quite natural and quite
Yeah,
logical.
also like having the rook behind the passed pawn in this case doesn't make too much sense, right? Because yeah, it's blocked, so that's why rook c1 once again looks logical. He probably prepared something against it. I have a feeling that is it knight f8. Can knight f8 be? Not that I believe it's a good position for black, but at least to try.
Yeah, let's find some way to win it directly. Like obviously, at least we can take on. I know we
Yeah, wait,
cannot.
knight e5,
Bishop,
bishop d4, right?
like rook
I mean,
c7, and then comes the check.
yeah, the bishop e5 is a check. So we could argue that f4, let's say, exchange sacrifice after f4 takes is very good for white. But again,
It's
why
not
would you go for
unnecessary.
it? I mean, it's probably good, but you don't want this scenario.
Hmm.
You probably want to win easier.
Hmm. Yeah, let's find a way.
Knight f8.
Like obviously, the most like logical would be to take on f8, play rook c8, just get rid of the rooks.
But now some rook even like rook f5, no?
Yeah, rook f5 is quite
Or I'm
sneaky.
too optimistic.
Mm,
It's almost a perpetual I'm threatening,
yeah,
right?
I believe not. It's a good
it's
way
it's
to.
it's kind of, it's not really the perpetual because the king can go to h4, right? But it's annoying. Like let's say one of my ideas was to go rook c1 to c6, right? To kind of
Mhm.
disturb the bishop, or c8 to c6, c1 to c6. Yeah, but then it's not a perpetual, but a lot of checks, right?
True.
Bishop f2, who knows? Maybe it is.
Maybe it is winning
Yeah.
because king
So
h3 runs into
I'm
the
already. Yeah, it is actually a checkmate. Yeah. So
funny
we'll have
enough.
to go g3 and yeah. No, well, he has to be careful. He has to be careful.
Rook
Rook
c6,
c6 is on the board.
clever
Rook
move.
c6 is on the board. That's a clever move. Yeah, targeting the bishop. So kind of paralyzing black pieces even further, right? Knight cannot go because the bishop's hanging. Bishop cannot move. At least we thought so because of rook c7.
Yeah, all the black pieces are tied down to protect this d6 pawn, and the king is quite vulnerable, to say the least.
And also knight e5 perhaps is a threat. Like
Perhaps.
again, one of those threats that you can't really miss because any sane move would protect against this threat. But yeah, but if white is to move knight e5, among other things, should win. Like knight takes e5, knight takes e5, just take the bishop. Rook b7 or
Yeah, like black has to shuffle around in some way, but it's not easy to make a single move in this position.
now honestly it's so winning. Now I realize it's so winning that you can actually win it slowly, maybe. Like
Yeah.
go rook e1, attack e5. If bishop d4, you always have this rook c7 stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Rook c7. And I think taking on c7 is still not an option, right? Because rook c8, bishop
Yeah,
d6.
that's the most precise.
Bishop d6 and
But easy we're allowing some bishop c5.
bishop c5 is the
Yeah, we
knight.
can
Wait,
start
no,
right away with rook c1, and then after
no,
bishop
but bishop
b6.
c5 there was still knight e7, right?
OMG. So bishop d6, bishop c5.
Yeah, there was still knight e7. I mean, we win the exchange
Yeah,
and
that's cute.
probably the game, right?
Yeah, like white has a tremendous advantage just.
Yeah, and it's not rookie one. I'm not claiming to be the strongest move. It's just one of the many. So
Hmm.
there is little doubt that White is winning, and Hikaru has enough time, has very pleasant choice to pick the exact way. To pick the exact way he wants to win. Rook b7 was not played yet, so maybe Duda will come up with something more resilient, even though it's hard to imagine
Hmm.
what it's going to be. Nicely played by Hikaru. What can I say?
Yeah, and
It's
it's
a
not about slowly outplaying his opponent. I think after, yeah, I presume that was a very critical moment of the game when he pushed b5 first. So a5 seemed quite
yeah
logical.
a5.
It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it's fine. Knight
Knight
g4, bishop d8,
g4.
take, rook d2. Yeah, knight d7, and after rook d1, so it's been a game. b5, bishop a3. That was a very crucial moment of the game.
Yeah, so maybe b4 that we originally were discussing, maybe it would allow Black to hold on to his position at least for some time. Yeah,
Hmm.
because Duda went for this tactical attempt to solve the issues. It went with d5 and
Actually, I don't
yeah.
know what was wrong with b4, bishop b2, knight c5.
Unless there is some capture on. No, I was thinking
Yeah, rook
like
d6,
takes.
bishop e5 looks tempting, but then rook d1 comes with a check.
There's a check. Yeah.
Like, even if it's not easy, I mean, it's not clear, like, how black should progress. He, like,
At least he's solid for now, right?
yeah,
Because
nevertheless, he had to opt for this exact position.
in our line he just fell apart pretty quickly. Maybe this final position after knight c5, maybe some rook, don't know, rook somewhere. But anyway, yeah. In the game, yet another move is played. It's bishop to e3 by Jan-Krzystof Duda.
And like he played king h7 voluntarily, so I'm not
Yeah,
convinced
this
it was the most.
yeah maybe king h7 was kind of final mistake, even
Yeah,
though
like
perhaps the
he could
position's
show off
already bad.
a better resistance.
f3, rook a7, rook c6, bishop e3 was played.
Well, it has to be the end, pretty much.
Yeah,
Like,
like rook c7 is a serious question, right? Even though technically it's not threatening all that
mhm.
much, rook c7. But anyway, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
we want
nice
to
to
take them play rook c1 or rook somewhere. Or rook c1 first, it would be more precise.
rook c1. Yeah, in this case,
Like rook
Naka is thinking.
c7.
Aha, finally, some YouTube comments I'm getting. Yeah, so sorry for being
Wow.
quiet about the chat. Yeah, I imagine this coverage is
Mhm.
everywhere. I mean, everyone and his dad and his grandma is commentating this tournament. So thanks for paying visit to our broadcast. Uh, so Jose says, I'm very surprised Dean and Nakamura, who were not in the bets of the tournament, are scoring such awesome scores. I can't agree with Dean.
Mhm.
I believe Naka wasn't considered one of the kind of real contenders, partially because of his own behavior, like all the time, stating I'm a streamer more than a chess player. I will try to do well, but we will see. You know, right? For Dean, he always was. I mean, he always was a very strong player,
I
right?
believe he was pretty much the main favorite of the event. Like,
Well, previous one for sure. I want to say previous candidates for sure, right? This one, well, perhaps yes as well, but something happens to me. I don't know. Maybe he has some kind of I don't know how to name it properly, like nerves problem. Unstable under pressure. Because he is a brilliant player, but we had examples like Aronian, for instance,
mhm.
who was and still is a fantastic chess player, but in in the most important tournaments of his life, which were the candidates, and he played I don't know how many, three or four perhaps, and
Yeah, he had
being
some sort of
yeah,
looking
kind of
like mental breakdowns during the tournament.
yeah, absolutely, like off for a good start, leading after the first half, and then just like it's a different Ronin
Mhm.
who's yeah, for Dean, I think game one against Jan really was very painful.
Like, yeah, somehow I agree with that, but I think the most like vivid example of him breaking down mentally was his game against Radjabov, because like you can have a shaky start of the tournament, but then if you start piling up the points, nobody will ever recall the how it all started. But then like losing with white pieces to Teimour Radjabov in Nimzo Indian, this is somewhat you would like mm, unlikely predict before the tournament.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. But that was already a showcase of him not being, you know, not being not being up a task to withhold this mental pressure. I think
Hmm.
because yeah, he played a few good games. Oh well, actually, I must say his win against Duda, the first that started this run for Dean, right? He won against Duda in a position that was kind of dead draw for
Hmm.
quite some time. And I think Duda made the mistake on like move 40 or something. Right. Then he won two very tough and very high quality games with Black,
Hmm.
and then yeah, and then perhaps it turned out yeah, just out of energy, out of maybe out of mental energy to stay under pressure, because yeah, this loss in 20 moves against Rajaba was really really
Yeah,
disappointing.
indeed, his last game against home against Radjabov, yeah, it was against Caruana, sorry, it was very exhausting. He initially had a slightly worse position, and he had to keep an eye on the threats on the king side with the knight on g7. Then, like, finally, the knight was moved out of this very unpleasant square on g7, and he still had a slightly worse position, and he was like holding tightly, waiting for his chance, And so, like while Ding was unleashed, he turned out to be very like a merciless, a merciless player.
Now, yeah, I think you might be also missing that there was tiny moment when I think it went from being worse for Dean to be promising. I mean, there was a moment he could have sacrificed an exchange and so on. Yeah, but it was quite a roller coaster game
Hmm.
indeed. And that, by the way, explains what happened with Fabi. I think we discussed at the beginning of the stream, because while Dean had couple of these games, Fabi had
Yeah,
every game like that, or well, 2 out of 3 for sure, right? 2 out of 3 Fabi games would be like this, like 6 hours, like countless variations to calculate, and so on and so on. I think he just got exhausted at some point.
true, true. And I believe Jan, like on contrary, was the player spent like fewest number of hours in this particular tournament because all of his games he won were like like except the last game against Firouzja ended with the queens on board.
Even like this, yeah, yeah. So
Yeah.
he has won. Yeah, that's interesting. That's an interesting argument. That yeah, he made. I think that actually an expression from Snook commentary, which I'm
Mhm.
a big fan of. Like they make hard things look easy, right? So Jan, I mean, if you look at his performance in this tournament, it was partially luck, perhaps, right? So that yeah, his opponents underperformed. Maybe not in the entire tournament, but against him, and so on. But yeah, you look at his games, he's crushing his opponents, which does not perhaps reflect the real balance of strength.
Mhm.
It's just that it happened so. It was meant to be, perhaps.
You know what? How I've called it, like especially the game Rapport against Nepomnyashchy and Firouzja against Nepomnyashchy. I on like once or maybe even twice in our broadcast, I told that the players like apart from Nepomnyashchy became the hostages of the current standings in the cross table because they were trying to reach them to catch
Ah,
him up.
yeah, I understand. Yeah, so that you're playing the game, not paying attention to the board, but rather
Hmm.
to, okay, this guy has that many points, and I
Hmm.
need to win. Yeah, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, like it's clearly showed off in the like on decision making, like Rapport declining the draw twice, Firouzja just freaking out with G4 H4 stuff.
Yeah, no, but with Ferrugia, he was already on tilt by then. Yeah, with Rapport, it was not clear because I think Rapport was on 50%,
Hmm.
right? The moment he lost that game, and it actually, yeah, that actually kind
You
of.
know, but like despite the fact Rapport was 50%, like, scoring 6 consecutive draws, like afterwards it became a real roller coaster for him because after losing to Nepomnyashchy, he won once and then lost twice, probably against Ding and whom else?
Yeah, he lost against Dean, and I keep forgetting whom he lost again. Then,
Maybe Fab, no, Fab, not Fabi.
yeah, perhaps he. No, he made the draw against Naka. I'm guessing. No,
He lost twice in a row, I think.
he
He
lost
lost to Ali
two.
Reza first. It was
He
black
lost to
pieces.
Ali Reza. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
In a disastrous fashion as well. Yeah.
yeah, like could it be that after 6 draws in a row, like looking at the cross table and while Nepomnyashchy was cruising with 4.5 out of 6, Rapport just thought to himself, yeah, thought to himself that maybe it's now or never, and we have like to fire up the match, and we'll see what's going on.
Yeah, but that's a dangerous train of thought usually, right? I mean, a lot of dumb decisions were uh, taken under this motto: "It's now or never," right?
Yeah, yeah,
Well, sometimes if you're calm and you're really waiting for the opportunity, it's the right thing to do. Yeah, but a lot of people they just it's not because it's a right moment. It's just that you feel emotionally, okay, let's do it. Let's do it. And yeah, in his case, it's well, the situation wasn't really the good one, right?
True.
Perhaps he didn't know the line as well. I did not follow the post-game interview. And now we're once again talking about Rapport Nepomnyashchy, this incident in the Petrov, because as far as I understand, it was known to Jan, and it was known to some people as well, like people who were analyzing this line and so on, that it is a draw. And there
Hmm.
were some correspondence games that would end with this perpetual check, queen to e4 and back to g6. So that probably means that, yeah, if you'd studied good enough, you would just know it's a draw, and you shouldn't try, basically.
Yep. But it was so
Okay.
straightforward.
Mhm.
So I mean,
Yeah.
then it turns like it makes me feel a bit doubtful about Robert's preparation before the tournament.
Yeah, that's right. But once again, he's one of the few sort of inexperienced players there,
Hmm.
right? So he's obviously already a very strong player and not like promising young talent, but already, I mean, well established player around top 10, right? He was only in top 10, I believe,
Hmm.
after
Yeah.
brilliant performance in Grand Prix. Um, but yeah, candidates perhaps it's a special thing, and winning the candidates on the first try. Oh well, actually, that's an interesting question.
Jan
Winning
Nepomnyashchy is the answer.
Jan Nepomnyashchy is the answer. Magnus Carlsen is the answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, okay, okay. So
Um,
there are examples.
yeah,
There are
bishop
examples of
e3, rook c7 is on the board. Like Duda has nothing to do. Like
But did you pay attention? It was possible to play rook c7 immediately, but Naka first he went bishop d2,
yeah, he
offered
decided
the,
to be greedy. He will take on e5.
offered the trade of bishops. That after bishop d4 went bishop c3, and
Mhm.
apparently black cannot really allow the bishop's trade, right?
Yeah, he was
And
chasing down the bishop unless
yeah, yeah.
White's bishop will take the c3 spot, attacking e5 pawn, and now it's even a
And now,
slightly
yeah,
improved
now
version.
an improved version of the same, basically.
Hmm.
Yeah, rook to c7,
Rook
rook
e8,
a8. Yeah, rook e to a8. But now what? Now rook e1 seems strong.
king h3. That's very logical.
King h3. Yeah, nice, nice. I mean, why think when you can you can force your opponent to think? Yeah, king h3, among other things, also attacks e5. Yeah,
Hmm.
which was not possible to take because of a check. But now you can actually take e5. If bishop f4, whatever, g3, or just take e4, yeah, it's absolutely hopeless, right?
Hmm.
I'm not even sure what I would prefer. I mean, probably just g3 and take, yeah, probably just g3 and take.
Well, besides like the brilliant performance of Jan, Nakamura, after losing the first game, scored +3 in the rest of them. S-
Yeah,
So
well, actually, I
yeah, so it
keep
means like
forgetting
it's
he was
just
one.
yeah, yeah. Like if we do not take into account this brilliant performance of Jan, Nakamura is probably the most consistent player in this event.
Yeah, absolutely. And with Jan, it's an interesting situation because uh, I believe we all remember some round robin tournaments with Jan Nepomniachtchi being the participant when he would start well, and then if something goes wrong, like losing one game, especially, and then it leads to sometimes long castle, meaning three zeros in a row, you know, And yeah, I can barely think of one example that he would lose and then come back and still say win the tournament or perform well. Previous candidates, he was in this dangerous situation because he lost to Maxim Vachier-Lagrave right at the moment when he was in the lead. Nepo, right?
Hmm.
He lost to MVL and MVL equaled in points and so on, but then Opa, the candidates was stopped, so he had enough time to kind of gather himself together.
Hmm.
In the match, once again, it was more or less equal fight until he lost this painful 8 hours game, game six that was, right? So there is sort of a pattern with him not being able to kind of lose and still fight back. And before the start of this tournament, I was wondering, was he able to solve this problem, right? Because it was hard to believe that such a player as Nepomnyashchy, who is capable of winning a lot, but also takes a lot of risks, that he would stay undefeated. And he found a solution. He just don't
Just
lose.
don't lose.
I mean, yeah, the solution is very easy. Just don't lose, so you will not have to have to think what to do after a loss.
Yeah,
Yeah,
happily for Young and happily for his own fans, they won't discover whether he's been able to like
overcome
readjust
losses.
himself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. If he found out how to overcome losses, because there are no losses in this tournament, in tomorrow, even if one occurs, it will
yeah.
have absolutely no impact on brilliancy of this result.
And frankly speaking, during the last break, I've watched the short interview of Magnus, who like played some Blitz tournaments in Madrid, including him, Anish Giri, Daniil Naroditsky, and some Spaniards like my compatriots, like famous Pepe Cuenca, and
Oh, Pepe
like
was there.
yeah, Pepe was
Uh-huh.
there. Pepe was in the house, and it's I believe Giri won. Anish won the tournament for some reason, and afterwards Magnus was asked about like how would you describe Jan's performance and like regarding your previous statement about your unwillingness to play your match like against nobody except Alireza, and he said like he replied quite clearly, if I can say so. His reply was, yeah, we will find it out. We will discover it. We'll see. So that was his reply to the question if he's willing to play the match. And after, yeah, regarding the quality of play, Magnus told it's been quite simple. So Jan just converted all of his chances and like resisted. He fought back in the very like mm, in very difficult moments.
And how many, let's try to count how many difficult moments he had been to. He was in a very bad position with black against Caruana, that much I remember. He was having some problems in a black game against Naka, I think. The Petrov. Well,
Well,
not much, but
yeah, basically it's a good question because, for example, he he couldn't even. It's like if Caruana have captured the bishop on b2 in the very last move in their game one, consequently not round two in the candidates tournament, then we would discover how Jan would fought back. But then the players agreed on draw. He had his game with black piece against Nakamura. Nakamura opted for some like dubious, like a move knight d2 instead of knight d4, which barely suits the spirit of the position. And then, like a few moves later, the players agreed on draw. And the last game against Caruana had brilliant bishop f1, which honestly was out of my vision during the analysis. So I can easily imagine why, like, that this kind of move can be like missed.
mhm.
And he opted for some other line, and the game ended in a draw quite quickly. If he played bishop f1, still like the questions would arise, and we would have discovered how Jan would fought back in, well, I can't say suspicious, but a bit risky position in Petrov.
Yeah, so he had been through a few tough moments, right?
As we
But
see.
overall, of course, we can say it was relatively easy tournament for Jan Nepomnyashchy. Okay, so Duda went b4. I think this does look like desperation, so
Yeah, that's an agony.
this must be desperation. What's up with this move? What happens if I take on b4? I just had bishop there on b4, so why don't I return it to? Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't see a problem with any of the captures. I can take on e5. I can take on b4. Both seem to
Well, I
be
believe
winning.
the only reasonable idea is rook b8 there, just to kind of shorten the material.
Hmm.
I believe it shouldn't
Yeah.
work. At least you have bishop d2, and you have to waste the tempo just moving out the bishop.
So the pawn survives.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook b8 is played.
Rook b8 is played. Rook b8 is played. There might be other options. There is like bishop d2 is good, I think. Rook d3 might be an attempt to do the same.
Hmm.
It's kind of attack.
Like, funny enough, rook
The
d7 might be winning as well.
rook d7 might be winning. Rook takes, knight e5.
And then even
And
bishop.
when the rook moves, and even moving the bishop to a5.
Well, if I'm not, unless I'm wondering the rook b5, but
No, I think in fact, this is d7 enough. I'm debating, but yeah, but
yeah,
that's
there is
yeah.
no reason to.
D7 might be enough. In fact,
Hmm.
d7. You what do you have to? Well,
Not
might be
that,
enough.
not that really.
Might be not because yeah, you take on b4, d8, and no, bishop g5, knight g6. This is no,
No,
rook
the
is
rook is
hanging.
hanging.
Sorry,
Yeah.
rook b5. What I was unhappy with.
Oh,
There was rook b5
ouch.
also, and h5 is lost. After bishop g5, h5 is probably lost as well. Hikaru did something else. Bishop to c3.
Wow.
Simple moves. Simple moves.
Let's
Bishop to
figure out what's wrong
c3.
with rook b3.
Maybe there is nothing wrong. Maybe he'll just take on e5. Why not?
With the knight or the bishop.
Well, um, actually, I don't know.
Like, knight e5
Knight,
looks more rigid.
knight takes. I actually like knight takes a lot because c3 bishop is protected for now.
Hmm.
Exchange on e5, there is nothing to discuss, right? So the only kind of problematic line is to take on c7. It might be losing the fastest, but at least there is some conflict left. Yeah, takes on c3, rook takes d7,
Hmm.
and I think we just win. Yeah,
It's like
bishop
bishop
f4,
b6 or f4, yeah.
bishop f4, bishop b6 was another option. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
then we
agree.
play d8.
Rook d8
And that's a
is
little
nice.
cuteness, yeah.
Yeah, this is nice. Yeah, rook c7, knight g6. We actually do checkmate. So you're right. You had to play bishop b6. You're right. You had to play bishop b6, which is much more. No. Here in the very
Mhm.
very end, I think. Yeah, bishop b6. Am I winning still? Knight g6, bishop c7.
I'm not sure whether it changes much, like rook e7.
Here, yeah, I keep forgetting. Now I can protect the h5 pawn. Yeah, like rook c5, g4. And then just inevitably the rook gets to the last rank and we just win.
Like, you can be a bit tricky, a bit sneaky.
f4.
Yeah, that was my last attempt.
Mm-hmm. F4 and so on. Yeah. Well, it feels it has to be winning. Rook b3 is played, so now Naka will show us what his plan was. I believe knight takes e5 is not the only way of winning.
Like, knight e5 from the human's perspective looks A bit shaky, but still a very rigid decision.
Yeah, on the other hand, I said 95 is tempting, but why not take on a7 and 95? Kind of same vibe to
Like
it. Yeah.
win this
Ah,
position
you can also
manually.
yeah, you can take on e5 like that. Yeah, everything, literally everything wins.
Yeah, I believe Soviet Union School of Chess would rather uh, advise or
To do
even
this,
recommend taking on e5 with the
yeah,
bishop.
not going for a checkmate. I don't know if you were taught the
Yeah,
same
yeah, yeah.
because
I think I've been
yeah,
taught by
I think
buddy.
it's a silly but famous saying that if you can win material or go after a checkmate, yeah, win material because there might be no checkmate in this other line.
Indeed. Unless you're capable to count the material properly.
Yeah, sometimes you win material and then you're getting criticized that you had mate in tree and then you failed to convert it in the end game. You were never safe. Yeah, with
Hmm.
Soviet chess school you were never safe because whenever you do something you follow one rule and you break the other.
Yeah, this is what it is.
Yeah. So
Rook
lately
c8.
huh?
But
Rook
pardon me.
c8. What
Rook b8 is the
it's
only move. Is the only valid move. It's like there is no other.
Ah, beautiful. But that solves it
It's even
entirely, right?
easier. And then
Solves it entirely.
knight
And then
f. No, knight f8 is beautiful, but absolutely unnecessary.
why not? Ah, you mean no, but you just take and go d7,
Ah, it
right?
just wins the piece, right? But
And you don't need, I mean it's nice, but you don't need it. You could just take on b8 and go d7. It would be the same, right?
rook b8 first. Yeah, that's
Rook
an
b8
easy
and
decision.
then yeah, then just go d7 and win.
D7 is cute. Yeah, and this position is easily winning, obviously. And I believe Duda has to resign.
So it's about ah yeah, d7's on the board.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
unfortunately for Black, there is no stalemate partners. So it's a pity.
Yeah, you
White can
have
easily
to
promote.
get rid of some stuff.
Pair of pawns, a bishop, a knight. Pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much everything
Yeah, a big chunk of the
of
piece.
what you have. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that makes it relatively quick round, I have
Hmm.
to say.
So
Yeah, I
you bring
remember.
a sort of luck to the studio because, like, a comparison to the game where we've had like Radjabov against Firouzja, we've had a pretty like easy day in the office. So
Yeah,
which
yeah.
which
Ah,
cannot
that
make
that
me feel unhappy.
Okay, and that is it. Yeah, d7 was the last move in this game. Yeah, so congrats to Hikaru Nakamura,
Hmm.
who now with going to the last round, he's clear second in the cross table, right? Um, yeah, I believe we will have the cross table
Yeah,
like
yeah,
in a couple of seconds, right? So Naka is second, and Jan has already won the tournament. That the most important draw of today is, of course, draw between Nepomnyashchy and Rapport. Maybe not a flashy game, but yeah, it seals the deal for Jan.
yep. He's the man
And
on the
as
mission.
yeah, as Magnus said, we will see, right? Will there be the match? Will there be another match?
It will
Uh,
be, I believe.
I believe, yeah, they will play. At least I hope so, to be honest. At least I hope so, because, it's not like I'm not interested in seeing. Yeah, let's imagine the tournament finished today and Magnus says I won't play, right? So it's not like I'm against seeing the match between Nepomnyashchy and Nakamura, right?
Hmm.
But to call it the World Championship match with Magnus being
Will be a
alive
bit
would be
unfair.
would be a little bit strange. Yeah, exactly.
True.
Exactly. That we might get once again back to this situation where, let's say, there would be a FIDE World Championship Cup of Timan, right? And then you would have
Hmm.
Gary Kasparov playing Nigel Short.
Yeah, obviously nothing has to be split it up. So Carlsen has to play his match against Jan, as Jan deserved the right to stand the chance.
Once again, yeah, that be, if we think of history, I mean, if you can drive some conclusions from the history, from the statistics of the person who becomes a challenger for for the second time, there won't be any clear signals, right?
Not yet,
Like,
indeed.
I can think of yeah, if we go back in history, uh, Bogolyubov against Alechin doesn't count because there were no proper qualification, right? They've played two matches, right?
Yeah,
Then
probably.
what? Then Smyslov won two matches. Sorry, so on a second attempt, right? As we figured out, Spassky won on a second attempt, but then Korchnoi could beat Karpov. Kasparov technically won on the second attempt, but
But when was
that
the
that was
first
that was
one? You mean the match that lasted for
yeah,
48 games?
yeah. Okay, that was a special case. That would be. I still don't know how to approach that one because,
Yeah.
like, both players were claiming that they were unhappy the match has stopped, but on the other hand, like, everyone was exhausted.
Yeah, that's what's obvious, that it's better to keep everyone alive.
Absolutely. All right. So, what do we do now? A little wrap up. I think we've said everything regarding the cross table. Tomorrow is another day. Well, a bit of formality in terms of fighting for the first place, but still, yeah, second seems to be important. After all, we have some prizes in this tournament, right? So, and what else?
Little sweeties, little gifts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
like money wise, obviously, just to remind you, like players are fighting for like an an enormous chunk of money. So like every game counts for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, it's funny. It's like one tends to forget, like the first place, all eyes on the prize, like first place only, like mere half a point is like 3.5 grand, right? Something
Yeah,
like
three and a half
this.
grand. Yeah.
Yeah, so you make a draw instead of losing. Well, here you go. So it's not pointless. Those last round games. Yeah. What else? Promotion candidates use the, yeah, promotion for, or what's called discount
Yeah.
promo
Promo.
for FIDE online arena. Subscribe. Use the code. Tomorrow's gonna be the last day, by the way,
Yeah,
to
like the
get
tournament has
20%
died down.
20% off.
Died down in terms of intrigue, but I expect like uh the players will unleash their real egos and uh, try to create something creative, like like make us taste a bit of cherry of a pie. So
Well, yeah, you're right, and also, yeah, I don't know if the only thing is if they have, if they have the energy left,
yeah,
because
that's exhausting indeed.
that was a very very tough tournament. But indeed, like, even for yourself, imagine you had a bad tournament, but then if you manage to win last game, and even you finish the last place, but you win last game,
Hmm.
it kind of cheers you up a little,
True, it
right?
helps you.
It kind of cheers you up a little. So I think, yeah, I think they will try. They will try to perform better.
True. And just to remind you, the results
The
of the crucial
results,
day
yeah,
of the tournament in terms of like the winner, and we've defined the winner as Jan Nepomnyashchy, with round to go, like solving the issue and
yeah,
winning the tournament with 9 points out of 13. So like by all means, it's an outstanding achievement for Jan. Congrats to him.
yeah. Naka beats Duda, and two other games finish in a draw. Yeah, Firouzja Ding was, was
Quite an
at
interesting
some point
endgame.
was interesting. Yeah, and Radjabov Caruana was so also. I mean, it was a short draw, right, in symmetrical position at the very end, but it was an interesting opening idea, and perhaps for those who are keen opening theory, they will
But
check and find
yeah,
out
I will
what's.
check it out just right now after the broadcast finish, and I'll tell you what is the conclusion about this particular line.
Okay. Yeah, as you can see, it's getting dark where I am,
Mm-hmm.
and the only studio light that I'm using is a daylight. So I'm very happy that, yeah, it's time to say bye bye. Otherwise, I'd be getting darker and darker. At some point, we'll have to turn the light off.
All right.
Um, okay, so
See you
thanks.
tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks for having me on the show. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, guys. Bye bye.
See you tomorrow. Bye.